coveralls for the persons working in that unit. We have also set aside for the admin department $4.9 million, and that is for them to get things like umbrellas and safety gear and so forth. For the budgeting and finance department, we have set aside about $1.1 million, and that is for them to get things like plastic storage containers, batteries, and so forth. For the Chief Medical Officer's office, that department would receive things like umbrellas, flash drives, and so forth. For the HR department, we have set aside $600,000, and again, similar gear. And we have a number of other offices that will receive similar things.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 6242, maintenance of buildings. There is an increase of $7 million to this line item. Could the minister state which are the buildings to be maintained and where are they located?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The increase here is approximately $6.9 million, and the maintenance that would be done includes the maintenance of the food policy building. We'll be doing some general maintenance work there. We have $1.9 million set aside to do the old administrative buildings. We need to do some drainage works, gutters and things like that on the building because we noticed leakages. And we also have, so basically under this line item, it would cover the maintenance of the head office building, MMU, and food policy buildings. So these are the three main categories of buildings.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Mr. Chair, 6284, order. There's a steep increase in this line item. The revised 2022 allocation was $410,293,000, and now it has risen to $754,192,000. That's the proposed allocation for 2023. So it's an increase of approximately $344 million. Could you disaggregate this figure and let us know what are the items required for this operating on this operating expense?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Member. Under this line item, we'll be doing a number of things, which include for the ministry, the information department, they are going to get a number of software, including a software from India called CoWIN, that is going to be used for not just COVID vaccination, but all vaccines. So that is something that we've been working on for quite some time. We also have under this line item, sums of money set aside for the information systems that we're using at the MMU, which includes the MAC system, the licensing fees, and so forth for that. We also have set aside sums of money here for administration, which includes waste disposal, courier services, and so forth. And we have a sum of money that has been set aside for us to buy a new Nortel system. This is a telephone system that the ministry would be using. We also would be buying a new software called Delta Dynamics Facilities Management Software. So this would also be included here. Mr. Speaker, under this line item as well, as I think everyone now knows that last year, June, we signed an agreement with Mount Sinai to provide consultancy services to the Ministry of Health. Those services would include the improvement in the efficiency and management of the Georgetown Hospital. So apart from that, is to help us to develop new oncological services, new cardiovascular services. We're also looking at upgrading national guidelines in terms of diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, and so forth. And they have been helping us to do the electronic health record system. So a provision has been made here for that consultancy.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. 6302. What types of training is earmarked to be done in 2023 that would require an additional 10,771,000? And which category of staff would benefit from this, of such training?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Member. The $10 million, what we did was to break that down for continuing medical education, especially for allied professionals. These categories of people now require to do CMEs. They haven't been doing that, but we're making that a requirement for them to get their license. I think that's a very important step. We have set aside another sum of money here for the pharmacy assistance program. These are assistants that we'll train in terms of pharmacy. There are also a number of occupational health and safety training that would be done for various categories of staff. And we also have to do training for our encoders to be up to date with ICE CD 11, so that when they're coding birth certificates and death certificates and that sort of thing, they're up to speed. In addition to that, we have set aside a sum of money under the CMO's office for continuing medical education for doctors. We want to, every year, offer X amount of CMEs to doctors, especially those who are serving in the interior of Guyana. We have set aside monies for training of the Health Information Department in the use of certain software. And we have also set aside monies for training of employees in the Human Resource Department. We have set aside monies for training for nurses and midwives under the Chief Nursing Officer's office. And again, it is now a requirement that nurses who would be registering must have continuing medical education. So as a ministry, we want to offer X amount of CMEs so that anybody can come and access those CMEs. Those are some of the things that we have on the training.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 47, Ministry of Health, Program 471, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 517. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 471, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Project code 1216200, Ministry of Health Buildings. Could the minister tell this august body if on receiving this local financing of 160,645,000, if the building and bond would be completed?
Honorable Minister. Honorable, repeat,
I'm
please.
asking project code 16200. You found it? Yes, there's money allocated there for completion of the building and the bond.
So under that heading, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Minister.
There is $74 million that have been allocated for the completion of the ministry's head office. And we know the history of that. Consultancy, since we have extended the construction time for the building, we have to also extend the supervisory contractors' time. And so there are some monies catering for that. So we have here $74.1 million for the construction, and we have $5.2 million for the supervisory contractor.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Project code 2405600. A sum of 20 million has been allotted for the purchase of a vehicle. Could you give us the specs for the bus? What its intended purpose for the use of this bus?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. This bus is really being procured by the Materials Management Unit. We have a number of staff that would travel from, let's say, Georgetown to go to Diamond. And we have been providing transportation for them. So instead of renting or contracting somebody to take them up every morning and bring them back in the evening, the ministry has decided it would be more economical for us to buy a bus and operate that bus. So this is providing for us to buy a 30-seater bus so that we can move the staff to the MMU.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for program 471, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to pages 240 and 41 of your estimates. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 472, Disease Control, Communicable Diseases, Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, valiant efforts are being made to reduce the incidence and prevalence of infectious diseases. Looking at line item of 6116, could the minister tell us the number of persons who have been contracted via the donor agencies? Of course, we know the TB, HIV, malaria program, that's a donor fund. So how many persons are on that program, the employees and their remuneration?
Minister.
The top three positions.
Thank you, Honorable Member. In terms of the under-contracted employees, the top 5 would be the medical officer that would receive a salary of $491,000, 491.3 per month. The national UCT coordinator at $339,000 per month. Key population officer at $241. Microbiologist at $200,000, and a surveillance officer at $200,000.
Thank you very much, Minister.
That's
Honorable Member Dr.
that's for
Cummings.
the to the chair for the regular establishment, but for the donor agencies, Global Fund, for example.
Yeah. So the challenge that we have here, Mr. Speaker, is that Global Fund, we have currently a project in HIV, we have one in malaria, one in TB. And the Global Fund has been phasing out these programs. And over the last couple of years, Global Fund. They are all now absorbed under the ministry. And the funding, the bridging funding that we have going forward is mostly for studies that we have to do and conclude. And so there isn't really any substantive money to fund anybody under the Global Fund.
Mr. Chair, if I can follow
Honorable
up.
member.
Yeah. Are the I know this unit would have been doing disease surveillance at the regional and even the national level. Do you think you would be able to reach this goal of 62 as the program performance would have indicated? Do you have sufficient staff members to diagnose and treat patients with developmental disabilities?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, our main services for leprosy is at the farms. And right now and under this budget, we are actually investing a lot of money to upgrade the services that we provide there. We have included a special laboratory and other equipment so that we can make more efficient diagnoses. Now, the numbers that you mentioned, those are estimates. Guyana has, over the last couple of years, achieved elimination at the national level. And for the WHO purposes, elimination is considered less than one person per 10,000. So we have achieved that at the national level. However, we have a couple of regions where we see it is more than one per 10,000. And therefore, we have targeted those regions with specific programs so that we can reduce that to the one or less than one per 10,000. So the drive that we have right now is to bring that down so that Guyana can be considered as having eliminated leprosy from the country. So that's our goal. We have, by the WHO standards, to achieve that by 2030. We are hoping that we can get there by 2025. Okay.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6241. The figure stands at 318,458, an increase from the revised 2022 figure of 245,358, which is really an increase of 73,100,000.
Rental for the staff who are working at the infectious disease hospital, because we have staff that are coming from out of town, and since we've been bringing them it also caters for a building that we are renting for our surveillance staff. So the surveillance unit is housed in a particular building. So we continue paying that rent. We are also paying here for rental of a storage bond. This is a bond that we have rented for pharmaceuticals, and we have, under this heading, have been paying for that.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Dr.
Just to
Cummings.
follow up, Mr. Chair, what has become of the building at Kwame Street? I thought the nurses would have been using that. It's not?
Honorable Minister.
The building, the Kwame Street. We had renovated that building to rent to maybe staff and so. What has become of it?
That's the Waterloo Street building? Yeah. That is basically for the Georgetown Hospital, and it's mostly for doctors.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Line item 622, 6222, field materials and supplies. Could the Honorable Minister give us a list of the field supplies to be purchased under this line item? In 2022, the revised amount was 83,334,000, but for 2023, there's a steep rise of 220,996,000, a whopping increase of 137 million. What is responsible for this increase?
Honorable Minister.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The increase of $137 million is really for the procurement of insecticide-impregnated bed nets. So we will be buying 73,000 bed nets. That would include, 73,000 bed nets, and we'll have another 58,000 hammock nets. So this would be distributed to communities in the interior, regions 1, 7, 8, 9, 10. And really it's to help us to control malaria.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 6223, office material and supplies. There's also an increase of approximately 6 million. Could the Honorable Minister tell members of this committee what are the items to be purchased and to where?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This year, we have budgeted to buy labels for the National Public Health Reference Lab. So labeling samples, especially COVID-19 tests and other types of tests that would be done there. And so that's what they're projecting that it would cost, for about 50,000 laboratory labels.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Prior, you had mentioned rental of buildings for staff, but in 6241, there's also rental of buildings, if I'm correct, 6241. And so could the Honorable Minister tell us which are the buildings to be rented for this program and where they are located and the required sums of these buildings, for these buildings?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, one of the building is located in Bel Air. Another building, yeah. I'm trying to get the address.
Yeah.
Where is the surveillance staff? Huh? The one housing the surveillance staff is in Milton Street. And then you have another one in Kitty. They're looking for the addresses, so I could give them to you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Line item 6284, this is order, could the Honorable Minister disaggregate this line item as there's an increase of 14,870,000?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item caters for rental of equipment, support for the mass drug administration program, providing machines to do fogging and so forth. So it's disaggregated for $2.9 million going to the infectious disease hospital, $3.1 million for filaria, $2.5 million for HEOC, $2.3 million for the National Public Health Reference Lab, $1.8 million to the Vector Control Department, $1.3 million for TB, $1.2 million for the National AIDS Program Secretariat, 1.2 for the Veterinary Public Health Unit, 400,000 for the Epidemiology Unit, and about $100,000 for admin.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, Dr. Cummings.
The entomology unit, I thought by now we'd have gotten a building for that. I think we were doing some work there. And also you have dismantled the ATOC. You have a substitute for that. ATOC, we had it for COVID. You have dismantled that. Is there you have replaced it with something else?
So the entomology building is still on Thomas land, and we will be looking for suitable sites to possibly construct a different building for that department. But that's not in this budget. In terms of HEOC, HEOC remains functional because we still do have cases of COVID. As of today, we had about 15 persons over the last 24 hours, 15 persons or so who tested positive out of 255 tests that were done. We have about 133 people with active COVID, and we have 12 persons in the hospital. So we still have cases, and therefore we still have to maintain the system to ensure that we can coordinate the different hospitals and so forth.
Thank you, Honorable
Mr. Chair, I
Member.
just want to let the minister know we're going to an oil-rich country, we're building maternal hospitals and so on, but gene sequencing could be probably in the next budget. I haven't seen it here. Anything for gene sequencing for the public health lab?
Honorable Minister, is gene sequencing included?
Thank you
Or
very
will be
much.
later?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is something that we are working towards, and I'm very happy that the honorable member mentioned that. In fact, last year, we have a partnership with Harvard University, and through that collaboration, we have brought down a gene sequencer which is housed at the National Public Health Reference Lab, and we were able to use that sequencer to do Plasmodium falciparum. So we have sequenced the Plasmodium falciparum, looking for gene mutation that can code for resistance to the current medications that we are using. Fortunately, we haven't found any such mutation, but we do have a sequencer at the Public Health Reference Lab now, and that was because of this collaboration. Of course, we want to extend that, and we are going to, in some cases, we have spoken to the guys at Harvard to be able to have the reagents to repurpose it so that we can do sequencing for variants. So that's something that we're working on. And our staff at the reference lab has been trained. They went up to Harvard, they spent 6 weeks there, they got good training in terms of how to do sequencing. So we have capacity. So when you said that, it's not a far stretch for us to start expanding into these areas.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, honorable members. I now put the question that
Mr.
is sum.
Speaker.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you to the honorable member, very quickly. Line item 6272, electricity charges. I note for last year, we had a budgeted sum of some 50 million, and then we had a revised amount of 120 something million. I note for 2023, you're now seeking 78 million. Is this figure adequate, and what would have occasioned the decrease? While it's welcoming.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, honorable member. Very astute observation. But this really is to pay off some arrears that we had from previous years. So we were able to pay that off, and now the amounts that we have here would cover our annual amounts. So this is a realistic number.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 472, Disease Control, Communicable Diseases, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 517. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 472, disease control, communicable disease, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Project code 1216200, Ministry of Health Buildings. Provision is being made for an X-ray room. Where will this room be located, and do you have sufficient X-ray technicians to serve this department?
This
Honorable
was,
Minister.
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Basically, the TB department has been asking for an X-ray unit for a number of years because they want their patients to be able to get the X-ray right on site, prevent them from being lost to follow-up and all that. So this provision is really to install an X-ray unit right at the TB clinic so that patients can have access to to get access to medical imaging right in the unit. So this $9 million is to do the room so that we can do the installation of the X-ray unit. The unit is already bought, so we are now awaiting retrofitting the room so that we can install this.
Honorable member, Dr. Cummings.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Project code 2509000. It speaks to the purchase of medical equipment. Could the Honorable Minister list the medical equipment to be purchased? Same has not been specified in the ledger. And to where will this new equipment be located?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's a very long list of equipment that you'll be buying, but maybe I'll just say that some of it, like for example, a CD4 machine, would be placed at the National Public Health Reference Lab. As I said before, we are buying a lot of equipment for the leprosy clinic. So you have a number of analyzers and things that they require. So basically, most of the equipment would go to the National Public Health Reference Lab and the new laboratory that we're setting up for the leprosy clinic.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Project code 4405200, COVID-19 response program. The International Development Association, IDA, is a very meticulous financial institution. Do you have a plan for this initiative, and how will it be rolled out? And could this committee be given a copy of that if you have a plan?
Honorable
Response
Minister.
plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for the question. We have a loan with the World Bank, and under that loan, we have procured a number of things. This year, we intend to procure equipment and reagents for our laboratories so that we can strengthen what we're doing at GPHC and the National Public Health Reference Lab. And at all the regional reference lab, we'll be adding equipment. We'll also be doing work with our cold chain, so refrigerators and other things that they need, they would be getting it through this program. Hospital equipment, we have a very comprehensive list of our hospital equipment, and this would be going to all the different hospitals to ensure that they have capacity to be able to treat patients with COVID, but the equipment can be used for other ailments. So once it's a critical patient, we would be able to treat them, and this is going to help us to do that. We also have set aside money for transportation, and so we're buying a number of ATVs for remote communities under this program. We have set aside a sum of money for surveillance so as to improve surveillance across the system. And we have also set aside some monies to do promotional activity to get people to come to our vaccination drives and things like that. In terms of some of the equipment that we are buying, we note where there have been a gap in terms of biosafety cabinets. So we are buying 6 new biosafety cabinets. We are buying 6 new gene expert machines. We are buying some bronchoscopes. So if we have to intubate, that we can intubate people properly. We have blood gas analyzers. We have hematology analyzers. We have biochemistry analyzers, and so forth. In terms of some of the equipment for the hospitals, we have anesthetic machines, we have autoclaves, we have infant bronchoscopes, cardiac beds, cardiac monitors, hospital beds, defibrillator machines, digital x-rays, we are buying 4 of those. Portable x-ray unit, we are buying 6 of those. Examination beds, we have 15 of those. ICU beds, we are getting 20 of those. Infusion pumps, 20. Laryngoscope, 8. Spirometry machines, 5. Oxygen concentrators, 12. Portable fetal machines, we are getting 3 of those. Portable ultrasound, 6 of those, and so forth. So there are a number of equipment that we are getting for the various hospitals under this program.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, honorable members. I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 472, Disease Control, Communicable Diseases Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 242 and 243. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 473, Family and Primary Healthcare Services current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Mr. Chair, you would agree with me that infant mortality is an important marker of the overall health of the society. In fact, it's a guide us to life expectancy of the country. Mr. Chair, this program is an important program as it considers, in fact, it covers the full continuum of essential health services, not only the infant mortality, but child and maternal mortality. In the light of expanding program and to address the inequities, Mr. Minister, do you think there's adequate staff to provide quality care to men, women, and children? There is a reduction of 33 employees. Once again, do we have vacancies?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for that question. One of the things that we'll be doing is strengthening our primary healthcare services. So we took a step last year of looking at each level of service and what are the interventions we want to offer at each level. And we have come up with about 216 interventions at health posts and at the health center level, which include maternal and child health services. And what we have been doing now is to retrofit the physical facility. So we have done some of that work last year. We're going to continue to do some this year. We are buying the necessary equipment to be able to do that. And in terms of human resources, we are also expanding and training more people. So for example, in Regions 1 and Regions 9, we now have at every health post or health center, we have at least 2 community health workers. They have been trained over the last 2 years. And that type of expansion is going to continue. We are working very hard to launch a registered nursing program online. And as soon as that opens, we expect that we should be able to get about 1,000 persons applying to do registered nursing. This is a 3-year program, and every year we are hoping to attract at least 1,000 persons into that program. So over time, we would be able to get the relevant human resource that we need to operate the system. We're also training people in pharmacy, pharmacy aid, and there are a whole host of other programs that we're working on simultaneously. We have decentralized some of these programs so we can get people from the respective regions to be trained. So yes, we understand we have some human resource deficit, but we are actively working to address that. And these are the ways in which we're doing that.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Mr. Minister, Mr. Chair, before I go on to 6116 contracted employees, I just want to ask, it would be remiss of me not to ask this policy question. Because of course, you know, maternal deaths, and so it's a topical issue. And so in 2000, it was reported that 12.4 billion was allocated for a pediatric and maternal hospital, among other healthcare investments. And so could you tell us how much of that money was spent on the pediatric hospital so far? Could you also share with this National Assembly what has been done, what work has been done on the project, and how the contractor was identified to undertake this job? Could you also tell us what is the status of the design and the other works on this hospital? Since you have a design in mind, could you tell us how many beds in hospital it will have? Could you say how the hospital will be financed? Could you inform this assembly what is the projected final cost of the hospital, including equipping it? Could you say when the hospital will be completed and what arrangements are being made to put in place to ensure that the hospital will be properly and adequately staffed?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for that question. Indeed, we are building a maternal and pediatric hospital, and that hospital would have 256 beds. We have just recently concluded the detailed design of the hospital, and we had a team from the Georgetown Hospital Pediatrics Department who provided a lot of the technical inputs into what should go into the pediatric section of the hospital. We also had a number of the consultants from the obstetrics department of the Georgetown Hospital who participated in the technical design of the obstetric side of the hospital. This hospital is being built by VAMED. VAMED is an Austrian company that has done more than 1,000 hospitals around the world. And you might recall, Honorable Member, that the Austrian government and the government of Guyana in 2018 signed an agreement, and through that agreement helped a number of facilities were earmarked for development. Under that agreement that was signed, I think, by the Honorable Balder Lawrence, one of the facilities that was earmarked was the Georgetown Public Hospital. When we came into government, we reviewed the agreement, and we decided at the time we wanted to build a maternal and child health hospital, and we amended that agreement. So it's under that agreement that we are building this maternal and child health hospital. In terms of the financing, we are using the UK banks to finance this hospital, and it is at a very, very concessionary rate. And therefore, through this arrangement of the MOU, we've been able to do this quite successfully. The hospital, we have started the construction, well, we have started the work on the hospital. As I've said, when you're doing construction, you first have to do the design phase. The contractors were given 6 months to do the designs. This contract was signed on sometime in June last year, and they have now more or less completed the designs. While they were doing the designs, they have also started doing site preparations, and so the site is now prepared, and very shortly we expect that they would be able to start putting down the foundation and start building the hospital. This hospital is slated to be completed by early 2025, and they have, from the time of signing, I think they have 36 months in which to complete this hospital. And hopefully we'll be able to operate on the first 20 or so children that has various types of cardiac problem this year. And we are hoping that we can continue that program. So when the hospital opens, it's a natural flow where this team that is going to be at the Georgetown Hospital now would go across to the hospital. So we have started this type of planning. With nurses, again, we have some specialized training that we're working on. We have some partnerships with universities in Canada to get some of our nurses specialized in the areas that we'll need them to be in the new hospital. And we have a partnership, as you know, with Brazil, where a number of nurses have gone there to get further training. And that is going to continue because we continue to have this type of partnership.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Before you take the next, just clear up something from my mind. I thought we were dealing with current. What you described seemed to have been a capital project. Is it included here? No? Thank you. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings, I didn't want to stop you, but um, let us ask questions pertaining to this particular head. And I'm sure there are opportunities in other places to go and ask questions pertaining to capital. Go ahead, Honorable
Thank you,
Member.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was deciding whether it's capital or policy, but it's okay.
Yeah, but we have a lot of information in the legends, in the
Yes.
volumes that will guide us.
Line item 6116, contracted employees. What is the reason for the increase of 88,565 in this line item? It was moved from 215,977 to 304,542. Could the Honorable Minister indicate to the members of this committee the remuneration package and the designation of the top 5 employees from this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the top 5 people under this category would be dental surgeons. A dental surgeon would now receive $555.8 thousand per month. A prosthodontist at $450,000 a month. A maxillofacial surgeon at $450,000 a month. A coordinator for health strengthening at $432,000, and one staff nurse at $351,000.
Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Yeah, 6112, senior technical. Could the Honorable Minister state the top 5 persons in the remuneration package and designation? What is the reason for the increase from 185,390,000 to
Honorable Minister.
207,685,000?
Mr. Chairman, the top 5 here would be the Director of Primary Healthcare Services at $660,000 per month, an orthodontist at $450,000 per month. We have a prosthodontist at $450,000, a senior dental surgeon at $450,000, and a maternal and child health officer at $400,000.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 473, Family and Primary Health Care Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, before I move to the next head, we have 12 programs to come and 30 minutes to deal with them. Honorable members, I now ask you to come to page 517, and I propose a question that the sum stated for program 473, Family and Primary Health Care Services, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Yeah, project code 1216200, Ministry of Health buildings for a maxillofacial clinic and a vaccination bond. Payment for retention at the cost of 21 million. Is the bond located at Kingston? Where is this new bond located?
Honorable
There was
Minister.
not much detail in the legend.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Member. The bond is at Kingston. There's an upper floor that is being constructed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 473, Family and Primary Health Care Services, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, pages 244 and 245, and I propose a question that the sum stated for program 474, Regional and Clinical Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Line item 6116, there is an increase in the number of contracted employees. moving from 610 employees with a filled vacancy in 2022. Now you have, and that was to a tune of 1,694,013. When compared to 795 employees to be filled in 2023, and to a tune of 2,710,133,000. It's an increase of and there's an increase of 185 persons. Could the minister state the top 5 personnel that make up this category of healthcare workers and their designation and emoluments?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The top 5 here would be the Chief Executive Officer of the New Amsterdam Hospital at $993,000, a neurosurgeon at $899,000, Regional Health Officer at $848,000, a consultant for obstetrics at $749,000, and another consultant at $732,000.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 474 Regional and Clinical Services current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Items, the number of ambulances to be purchased, the location, the number of vehicles to be purchased, specs, so etc.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Member. Under this line item, we'll be buying 1 minibus. We have budgeted approximately $7 million. 2 double cab all-terrain pickups at about, we approximate the cost about $9 million. So that's about that would be $18 million. We're looking at motorcycles, 5 motorcycles at $2.3 million. All-terrain ambulances, 2 at $32,000 for the 2 ambulances. We also have ATVs and ATVs accessories, 11 ATVs at $23.1 million. And we have 1 boat engine, and that's at $2.5 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 474 Regional and Clinical Services Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to pages 246 and 247. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 476 Standards and Technical Services current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Standards and Technical Service 6116. There's a drastic increase of contracted employees, moving from 4 employees to 6 to 5, with a concomitant increase from $19 million. That was the revised amount in 2022, now to $143,215,000. Could the minister tell us what is the reason for this drastic increase, and could the minister give us the designation and remuneration package of the top 3 employees?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A number of persons came on as contracted employees. I think there are about, I don't have the sum here, but there are quite a number of people who came on as contracted employees. That's why there's an increase. But the top three, we have superintendent of pharmacies. That person receives about $679,000. Food inspector at $219,000, and an admin officer at $166,000.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
6302, 6302, training including scholarship. In 2022, there was a revised sum of 24,122,000 and a budgeted sum of 41,900,000. There's now a budgeted sum for 41,900,000. Could this minister let us, this August body, know what is the reason for this increase in this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The increase amounts to about $17.7 million. And what we intend to do is a number of training in terms of laboratory services, quality of laboratory service and things like that. And we are working to get need to be at a certain level. So we'll be spending $12.9 million for training in our labs. We'll be spending $3 million to train persons at the Food and Drug Administration, and $1.3 million for the National Blood Transfusion Services. So this is their specific training that they have to undergo so that they can keep their accreditation with the Association for Advancement of Blood and Biotherapy. Mr. Chairman, the rest of the money would be spent on quality assurance. We'll spend some additional money on the National Blood Transfusion Services, regional support services, government pharmacy, and the Food and Drug Administration.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 476, Standards and Technical Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we can turn to page 518. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 476, Standards and Technical Services, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings, has no questions, so I'll now put the question, and I put the question that the sum stated for program 476, Standards and Technical Services, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to pages 250 and 251. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 477, Disability and Rehabilitation Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
6294, there is an increase from 18,960,000 to 29 million, an increase of 10,040,000. What is the reason for this increase, and could the minister tell us what constitutes other?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mr. Speaker, this year we'll be spending $29 million. 23 million would go towards buying of hearing aids for persons who require them. And as you know, as of last year, we started to give these hearing aids free of cost. So before that, people had to pay $65,000 for a hearing aid. So now they're going to get it for free. We are also going to be spending $4.2 million to buy wheelchairs for persons who need them. This year, we have introduced another thing, and that is to buy offloading footwear for patients who are diabetic. So a sum of money has been allocated for that. We have a sum of money for walkers, clutches, and so forth. So that's what this $29 million will be spent on.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
6112, senior technical. There is a decrease in the staff complement from 43 to 39, with an increase from 95,844 to 108,778, an increase of 12 million. Could the Honorable give the designation and emoluments for the top 3 employees?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The top 3 here would be the Director of Rehab Services, who's receiving $660,000. Optometrists, $350,000. Physiotherapists at $245,000.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 477 on pages 250 and 51, disability and rehabilitation services current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 518 and 519. Honorable members, just give me one moment. I'm asking the Deputy Speaker if he could just come forward a bit as we welcome the other 30 students from Camille's Institute. Honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for Program 477, Disability and Rehabilitation Services, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 477, Disability and Rehabilitation Services, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 252 and 253. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 478, Disease Control, Non-Communicable Diseases, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is a very important department, as 70%, almost 70% of our budget comes under NCDs. I just want to ask the minister, when we were in government, we formed the NCD Commission. And I don't know what has become of that. Is it's still operable? It's not stated in the line item, and I can't find it in the ledger and the appendix in the back. So can we find it, the allocation? Where is that allocated? You have the NCD Commission. Do we have a building? Do we have a person in charge? And where can we find it? Where it's been the person's being paid from the
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Commission is operational, but you missed it. It's under Program 1.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member,
Yes.
I'll allow you to go back to, if you wanted to, ask him a question.
It's okay.
It was
It's okay.
program-wise, okay?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. 6222, drugs and medical supplies. Could the minister please tell us why such an increase from 160,000, million and 32,000 to 391,400,000. This corresponds to a whopping increase of 231,368,000. What are the drugs and medical supplies to be purchased under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That line item for drugs and medical supplies would be 6221. That's what you're asking?
Honorable.
There are a couple of things that we are doing. One, we are looking at, well, we started this program last year, HEARTS, and we are rolling that out to more health centers now. So the medication required for that particular program is much different from what was generally being used. So we'll be spending $79.3 million for that particular program. We have also set aside $22.6 million to do prevention of cervical cancer. And this is to do, well, in the previous program, we didn't go into that, but we are doing HPV vaccination rollout through that program. And here we will be doing VIA screening, HPV screening, and so forth. We have set aside $82.7 million for insulin. We have a number of diabetic patients that require insulin, and therefore we have to buy and supply them with insulin, including we have 183 children that would receive insulin because they have type 1 diabetes.
Mm-hmm.
We have $6 million set aside for persons with kidney diseases, and we have set aside $12.9 million to do respiratory management. So what we are seeing now with some patients that have long COVID, that they have challenges breathing, and they have some long-term challenges, so they will require special attention, spirometry on a regular basis, and then to have the physiotherapy department work with them so that they can get some improvement in their breathing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
6282, equipment maintenance, a revised sum of 3,383,000 was budgeted for in 2022, but this sum has been increased to 22,172,000. Could this Honorable Minister state what equipment is to be maintained in this program?
Honorable Minister.
The equipment here is basically to do the office equipment that they have at in their office. So we've set aside some money here for AC units and fridges, AC units, fridges, and things like that. So it's a small sum of money.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 478, disease control, non-communicable diseases current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 519. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 478, disease control, non-communicable diseases capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 478, disease control, non-communicable diseases capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank. Honorable Minister would like to say something.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, did we miss health sciences?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes, we did. Honorable members, I now pull your attention to 518, and we missed health sciences capital expenditure. Or did we miss both current and capital? Both. Honorable members, I'll now put this, that's on page 246 and 247. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 475, health sciences education current expenditure stands part of the estimates.
Mr. Chair, the minister boasts that there will be more training for healthcare workers, but there are not adequate staff to carry out this training. There is a decrease in the senior technical staff from 27 in 2022 to 19 in 2023, a reduction of 7 employees, as seen in the chart of account 6112 and 6116 respectively. The performance indicator has been suggested at a goal of 14:1 in terms of student-tutor ratio. Is targeted for 2023. How does the minister plan to build this capacity of healthcare workers when you have a shortage of staff?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for that question. So the people who we have currently enrolled as tutors and so forth would continue, and we'll probably recruit some more as we expand the programs. But we are also now using a lot more of the capacity that we have within the system. That is the doctors, senior nurses, who can all work as tutors because they're doing both the theory and the practical. So we intend, as we expand training, to get a lot more of these persons involved. So for example, let's say in Regions 6, we have been involving more of the medical staff to be part of the teaching program. Similarly in Linden and other places. One of the reasons why we were able to decentralize some of these programs is because of our medical staff are now also doing some teaching.
Thanks, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
6302. Training, a revised 265,080,000 was allotted in 2022, but there's an increase of 107%. Is it due to an increase in the stipends for nursing students, or is it to assist them in the partial recovery of health learning materials? What's the reason for this increase? 6302.
Honorable Minister.
So we spoke about this. One of the things that we'll be doing is moving the current registered nursing program from a classroom space to an online space. And we have been working on preparing the material. We have gone substantially, we have most of the material prepared. And we are now going to migrate that material on the online platform. So some of the monies that are allocated here is to do that migration, to maintain the system, where people are going to come and get registered, and when they need training and so forth, they need to go to class online, that platform would be stable and would be there. We are partnering with Coursera to be able to offer it on their platform. So we know that they have been doing this globally, and they have all the know-how of how to make sure that people continue learning on that virtual environment. So some of the monies that are here would cater for that migration of the program.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
6292, dietary. There is a revised amount of 61 million in 2022, but in 2023, there's a whopping increase of 528,120,000. Could the minister state what is responsible for this increase?
Honorable Minister.
So again, in terms of dietary, we have a lot more programs now, and we have decentralized them. So, for example, we have set aside $216 million for the programs that would be run in regions 1, 2, 7, 8, and 9. We have in region 9, for example, another program that we'll be running for nursing assistants that they would require dietary. So we have a whole list here of different programs and the people who we'll be bringing in for training, and we'll need to provide them with meals.
So would you lay it over for us, please?
We can.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 475, Health Sciences Education, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Turn to page 518, honorable members, and I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 475, Health Sciences Education, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Dr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Project code 1216200, provision of nursing schools and payment for retention to a tune of 620 million. Could the minister please tell the committee where the construction, where's the location of this construction?
Honorable Minister.
Where is?
So under this heading, Mr. Speaker, we have set aside some monies to complete the generator hut at the New Amsterdam Nursing School. We are also completing work that was started at the New Amsterdam Nursing School. That's going to be about $119 million. And we have set aside monies to do a number of facilities, including one at Anna Regina, to build a nursing school in Essequibo. We are also going to retrofit some of the existing facilities, because one of the things when we move to the online environment of learning, what we'll also need is to have simulation centers. So where persons would be able to come in and do the practical component of nursing. So a lot of these centers are geared to offer that simulated environment where people would learn. So that's why we're building this facility in Region 2.
Thank you, Minister.
Project
Honorable
code
Member Dr. Cummings.
2508900, office furniture and equipment, 21 million has been allocated for this project. What are the furniture and equipment to be purchased, and which nursing school or schools?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, we have under this heading desktop computers. We have 2. We have backup, power backup. We have 15 of those. 6 laptop computers, 7 multimedia projectors. We have a photocopier. We have a multi-purpose printer, a line conditioner. We have 6 of those. Executive desk 1, office desk 5, executive chairs 8, metal covers 2, combination chairs 50, metal bed frame 19, those come with mattresses, podium 1, water tank 3, refrigerator 1, industrial oven 1, stabilizer, floor model, commercial food blender, and there are a whole host of other things here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members, and that exhausts the time that we have for this agency. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 475, Health Sciences Education, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us all thank the Honorable Minister and his staff for a very informative and efficient presentation. Thank you very, very much, honorable members. Honorable members, we have the Ministry of Home Affairs Agency, 51 next. I'm asking the staff if they can put an additional 2 seats in the front row for the Ministry of Home Affairs. As the Honorable Minister, Permanent Secretary, and the leadership of our security services get in place. As they do, can we turn to pages 260 and 261? And I'm reminded of a famous saying, I think it may have been a US president. He says, when you stand between your audience and a meal, you must be sincere, be brief, and be seated. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond, I heard you did a lot of work and you are going to be concise and precise. And I trust the minister will too. Thank you, honorable members. Pages 260 and 261, Agency 51, Ministry of Home Affairs. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 511, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Honorable Minister, I refer the Minister to line item 6116. There is an increase of 39 contracted employees. Can the Minister indicate to the House how many advisors fall within this category and the designations, emoluments, and benefits and the skill sets of the top 5 employees?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the honorable member for her question. I am elated that she's still my shadow, but to answer the question, there is one ministerial advisor and at $520,000 a month, 10,000 duty and 10,000 entertainment. Oh, the top 5, of course, there's a permanent secretary, there's a director of juvenile justice, there's a business change and quality assurance officer, a head of strategic management department, and administrator of the utility services unit.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond.
Thank you, sir. Minister, according to the performance statement, one of the ministry strategy is to formulate, implement, and monitor national security policies. Can you indicate the staff complement and their skill set that will deal with this?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable member. The formulations and the relationships, the engagement in relation to national security policy is done at different levels in the ministry and bringing together the skill sets from the police, the fire, the prison service, and also the specialized departments in the ministry.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable MP.
Thank you, Minister. But the question is very specific. I'm asking for you to indicate the staff complement. That simply means the number and their skill set. I understand that it's being drawn from different agencies. It's a simple question.
Thank you,
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair and honorable member. I did indicate that it relates indeed to the strategic management departments, both at the ministry and at the agencies, in terms of total complement and not adding specialists in the various areas of those departments and agencies, and also those of the ministry. It would number perhaps over 50 persons.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member.
Thank you again, sir. That's an answer I'm comfortable with. Again, according to your performance statement, you are seeking to reintroduce reformed prisoners into the community. Can you indicate how many of your staff are trained specifically in social reintegration, the period of their training, and whether these trainings were done locally or externally? Also, this initiative, according to this initiative from your ministry, how many prisoners have benefited?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure as to the thrust of the question. In relation to the overall vision and mission and changes in our transition that we're going through, we're talking about increasing the peace in Guyana. And that in total represents a full engagement at all levels in the ministry and in the forces. In respect of the prisons, recently, we had what we call a Fresh Start project, which we have introduced and has been launched, where prisoners are being given the trained, educated, and given the tools of the trade for when they exit the prison, so that their reintegration into society would be better. They would have the ability to earn an income. They would not be left adrift and disdained, and would, of course, earn an income and be useful both for themselves and their family, and don't create any harm for the community or their families, or themselves too.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member.
Minister,
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Minister, it would be assumed that there is a concept paper vis-a-vis this issue. Could you tell us, based on that, what do you perceive to be the requisite skills needed to reintegrate people into society?
Honorable Minister.
We are, thank you, Mr. Chair and Honorable Member, we are, as I may have said before in the Parliament, we are building a new prison complex at Lusignan. At this new prison complex, the prison headquarters will be relocated to Lusignan. A prison school is being built, a school for the make up their training, the education they might have missed at various levels, coming up to whatever standard they are at. There will be trade shops at a vocational center for training in various skills for training, so that when they leave, they would sew mechanics, electrical, furniture making, animal husbandry. We want to be big in that because we want them to use the opportunity for getting into planting and other things. And I want to thank the Honorable Minister Zulfikar for giving us some of the introductory material, shade houses and other things, to get them more involved in doing things with their hands and to move their focus away from other things which sometimes happens in the prison system.
Thank you,
Mr.
Honorable Minister. Honorable
I asked a
Leader of the
specific
Opposition.
question. If you look at countries like Finland, etc., that have these programs, there are certain skills that are needed. For instance, let me give you one example. Apart from psychologists, what are the other skills you see as requisite and needed to effectively achieve your objectives?
Yes,
Honorable
this
Minister.
is maybe under another program, but we have a psychologist already. We have welfare officers who are trained along that line in respect of welfare issues, not only for the prisoners, but also for the prison officers. And we are working hard at expanding the types of training and information and reformatting the way we intervene in respect of these issues. I think recently, in respect of prisoners, we released 10 persons under what we call the Fresh Start project, where they were trained in specific work disciplines, skill sets, and given tools and leaving the prison to reintegrate. But yes, this is a new thing for us, but we're working hard at it. Our strategic management department created a format, an introductory format, and we're rolling this out in this year.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chairman, I assume that something like this has a concept paper. Is the minister prepared to lay in this parliament the document that outlines the clear objectives, the stated outcomes, so that we can view it and have a mechanism by which we judge the efficacy of it?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable member. We will lay it over.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond.
Great. Thank you, sir. Minister, according to your indicators in your performance statement, 29 visits are targeted for this year by the parole board. However, there were 0 visits for last year. Could you indicate why no such visits were done for last year? I'm fully aware that visits were suspended due to COVID. However, we have been back to normalcy now. Additionally, can you indicate the status of the parole board? I've been informed that the new board was appointed in 2020 and the life period was 1 year, which means the board has come to an end.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. In relation to the parole board, the visits, well, you did give an answer to the first part, COVID. And then in respect of the movement of prisoners, there was not an opportunity properly to keep full meetings during the time. We had a resignation of the chairman of the parole board, and there will be reappointments made shortly.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond.
Thank you, sir. Minister, I'm not sure if you've answered the question on the status of the parole board. Is it operational? Is it functional? Like I said, I've been informed that the new board was reconstituted in November of 2020, and it was constituted for a term of 1 year, which expired in 2021.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable member. The parole board is functional and it had a meeting last week.
Thank you. Honorable Member Geeta Chandan Edmond.
The minister is saying that the board is functional. That means that the current board the life was extended. If it has been extended, can you provide the date of the gazetted order and the composition of the current board?
Honorable Minister, before you answer, I need to remind members that we have to ask questions pertaining to the allocation. I have been allowing some flexibility, but now we're going into matters which should have been taken care of during the general debate. A question could have been framed: does this allocation have enough money so that it wouldn't hamper the work of the newly constituted board? Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, I've given the floor to Honorable Minister. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will give the information on the members of the parole board.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to comment.
Well, you have to ask a question on a line item.
No.
If you give a comment, I will invite a comment from the other side.
No, I don't have a problem about that.
Okay.
You made a comment and I wanted to clarify.
Go ahead.
You're saying, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
that it must relate to the line item.
Yes.
But if there is a line item and cost for the board, and you ask if the board exists, doesn't it make it relate? And that is my concern.
The issue was answered and I allowed some, but then when we're asking about past performance of the board and past composition of the board, we've had some entrees into history prior, and we are now trying to be more efficient with our times. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
I noticed that there has been a 60 million or a little more than 60 million increase under other 6294. I don't see any explanation in any of the volumes for that. Could you tell us what it is all about or disaggregate?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable member. If I give a breakdown of the issues under 6294 order, it relates to increase the peace initiative, 50 million. It relates to top-up payments and operational expenses for the SOKU, some $60 million. Operational expenses and community policing, some $130 million. There's a ministerial task force on trafficking in persons, $50 million. There is monies for the forensic laboratory, and then the juvenile holding center, stipends for the juvenile justice committee, stipends for or monies for the firearms board, the ministerial tender board stipend, the general administrations for the new opportunity corps, and further stipends for the tender board evaluators. The strategic management department will accrue $450,000.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member.
Thanks for that
Mr. Ramstad.
disaggregation. What I notice in the local organizations, there is a 15.727 million, and under the page 474, 11.2 is going to the Road Safety Council in our local organizations. In view of the very many accidents on the road, vehicular accidents, I noticed that 11.2 has been consistent over the years. Don't you think that they should get some more for some other workshops, and rather than stick only the same number, 11.2 million?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable member. The 11-point-odd million has not been consistent over the years. It used to be 3 million. That's what we inherited. We increased it to 11-odd million last year. And it is true that this is for road safety, of course. It is true that we need to do more support in respect of road safety issues. We have been working hard on it, particularly after COVID. I may remind honorable members that for the first time in the history of our country, we've reduced road deaths below 100 fatalities for the last 2 years. Below 100. I'm not going to call the numbers when the honorable predecessor, but for the first time in 16 years, even though we have increased cars on the road, and even though we have increased travel miles and persons traversing the roads, we've reduced it, and we intend to reduce it further for this year.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond.
Thank you very much, sir. I refer the minister to 6271 and 6272, telephone and electricity charges. There is an increase of about 5 million and 26 million, respectively. Can the minister provide a brief explanation on these increases? Emphasis is on the word brief.
Honorable
Mr. Chairman,
Minister.
I think that there may have been some accounts which were not paid, which we inherited. We have acquired new buildings in respect of issues for telephone and electricity uses. They relate to the main office, of course, which has been expanded. The Juvenile Holding Center, the Forensic Laboratory, the Immigration Department, and the NOC for telephone. It also relates to new bandwidth and issues for telephone issues. And for the electricity charges, again, those places in respect of increases.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, through you, if I can turn our attention to line item 66241, rental of buildings. I note for last year, we had an approved sum of 19.1 and a revised of 10 million. So I note for 2023, the ministry is now requesting some 24 million. Can the honorable member provide us with the locations of these buildings? That's one. And two, provide us with the disaggregated amount for each building that is being rented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable member. The increase in rentals caters for the rental buildings to house victims of trafficking in persons unit on Hatfield Street. There are monies for the ministerial advisor rental. There are monies related to the immigration support services and various other rentals in relation to the work of the ministry.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, sir. The honorable member failed to provide the disaggregated amount, which represents the total of 29 million and change for the areas that we have just shared with the honorable house.
Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, I don't know if you feel, but you haven't provided yet.
Mr. Chairman and honorable member, rental of building for the advisor to the minister, 1.8 million. Rental for the immigration department, which has expanded, 4.8 million. Rental for the juvenile justice and the tips department, 9.48 million, or 8.4 million, and then 9.5 million for rental bills to house victims in trafficking in persons.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you, sir. Sir, may I ask for some guidance from the Honorable Minister pertaining to line item total wages and salaries 6116? Does this line item cater for the advisor to the Minister of Home Affairs?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chair and honorable member. I think I
Honorable Member, Mr.
indicated
Mahipon.
this before.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can the Honorable Minister provide to this Honorable House the remuneration package for the advisor to the Minister of Home Affairs in terms of his salary and other benefits?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I call out the very sums before here. Well, I mean, you might need some hydrogen peroxide or something.
Today?
I can call them out again, but we talk
Yes,
about
please
being
do.
brief. And I said, I
Honorable,
repeat,
go ahead.
ministerial advisor, 520,000.
So much?
10,000 duty and 10,000 entertainment. And that's repeating.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Sir,
Honorable Member,
just
Mr.
one follow-up.
Mahipon.
Thank you. Would the minister please lay over the description of his job, the ministerial advisor, in terms of what is his job description? I just want to confirm, sir, that we are paying that amount of money for someone who's an expert advice, especially with home affairs.
Honorable Minister.
We will, Mr. Chairman and members, lay out a description of his job.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 511, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 520. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 511, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond.
Thank you very much, sir. I refer to project code 2609110 that deals with community policing. In February of 2022, the minister is on record stating that we would create 175 new ones. That's in relation to community groups this year. That's in 2022. Can the minister provide an update on the creation of the 175 policing groups? Can you also give us the location of these community groups?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members. We did this last year, but I'll do it again. The name of the groups: Region 1, Maruka, Kubana, Walaba, Manwaring, Kamwata, Mora, Haimara, Cabra, Waramuri, Rincon, Karaburi, Parakesi, Santa Cruz. Total 11 groups for 243. These are the new ones. These are the new ones, ma'am. These are the new ones. I could lay them all over. Well, I lay them over
Thank you very much,
because I
Honorable
have
Minister.
several pages of the new ones.
Thank you. Honorable members. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond.
Thank you very much, sir. In relation to the provision of equipment and furniture, I'm more interested in the equipment, not the furniture. I don't want to hear about the cabinets, the fridge, etc. This is in relation to project code 2608200.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members. I just want to suggest for a few additions. All of the equipment, except for new changes, is what we inherited. But if you want it by department, no, let me just call them out. So for the IT department, UPSs, laptops for batch printing materials, managed switches, air conditioned units for the admin department. Of course, you don't want to hear about chairs and so on. Expansion of the telephone system, 2 million for that. A scanner, shredders. I've got 2 pages of it. Immigration support services, desktop computer, filing cabinets, money counting machines, balance of payment for equipment and furniture, microcentrifuge. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member asked for the information. She said she didn't want to hear about the furniture.
Honorable Minister, you're doing a great job. I heard what she asked. And
I'm trying to answer.
Anything else in the form of a heckle, I don't hear.
Yes. Solid phase extractor, camera for very pure filters, ultra pure water system, Canon advanced printer, UV camera and lamp, Vortex mixer mini, server IT, long range walkie-talkie, fire pump, CTV system, and so on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 511, Policy Development and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, the sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 262 and 263. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 512, Guyana Police Force, current expenditure stands part of the estimates? The Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you very much, sir. I refer the Honorable Minister to line item 6302 that deals with training. There's an allocation of 140 million. And I am on record stating that this is commendable wherever there is an investment in human personnel. I'll have absolutely no hesitation in supporting. The minister in his budget presentation said that crime is a serious problem. We are embracing a more emphatic approach and will adopt more less lethal efforts. This again is very commendable. Can the minister indicate the number of officers that will be trained in embracing this emphatic approach, the specific departments that will benefit, and the spread across the country? Will these trainings be conducted locally, internationally? Will you also be partnering with international human rights bodies to assist you?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the honored member. I want to thank her for her question. I want to correct the article you're probably reading from. I said empathetic, not emphatic. Empathetic. Empathetic. Yes. Empathetic. And with respect to training, I'm glad that the honorable member supports our interventions in respect of providing more training and career development and skills for the Guyana Police Force. I could briefly call out some of the training interventions. There's initial training for special constables, conversion courses for special constables, of course, recruit training, and these are at the various police colleges, both in Georgetown, but also in Berbice and Essequibo. For the CID at Nations Incorporated, CID introduction courses, drill instructor courses, computer training, for Portuguese courses, domestic violence and child abuse trainers, forensic video analysis, immigration training, cybersecurity training, SOCO special training, of course, ICIS and crime intelligence training, certifying officers course, station sergeants and management courses. And I would say there's a conference going on right now in respect to the middle management of the police force over the next 2-3 days. Elementary prosecutors course for newly promoted subordinate officers, junior officers course, skill at arms training, public order and anti-crime tactical training, traffic seminars, radio communication, voice procedures, social intervention community network, disciplinary procedures seminars, trafficking in persons training, MS office for the police professionals in the admin, human resource management at IDC, occupational health and safety IDCA, basic English IDC, budget preparation IDCA, critical thinking, ethics and the police officer training, team policing, stress management, conflict and situation analysis, community relations, audit training for financial and material systems, professional certificate programs at Texila, prosecutors course at Nations Incorporated, CPR and first aid training multi-year courses, safety and security management diploma at the University of Guyana, diploma in cybersecurity, University of Guyana. And total $139 million in training.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you very much, sir. Could you indicate, Minister, how many of your ranks will be trained on the provisions of the Motor Vehicle and Traffic Act, more specifically as it relates to the categories of vehicles authorized to use flashing lights and siren? And we will all agree that this is a sore and perennial problem. And I'm sure you would want to have this situation rectified. Can you also confirm whether or not you intend to bring any sort of legislation, regulation to exempt ministers of government from this category? Because
Honorable,
clearly they are in breach of this regulation.
Honorable Minister,
Thank you, Mr.
very
Chair,
empathetic.
and honorable member for the question. Over 1,000 traffic officers will be trained in respect of issues for certifying in respect of traffic. And on the question of lights, it has become unfortunate that through some stores in the city and other places which we are working at, that police type lights are available for sale and people put them up and misuse them. There are a few situations for senior officials and also for diplomats where we have to have reciprocity in relation to the use of lights for emergency purposes and to be able to get to situations which require meetings or to respond to emergency situations.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable Leader
the
of the
minister
Opposition.
referred to reciprocity. Could he tell us the countries with which he is reciprocating with?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, basically, all members of the diplomatic corps at that top level are required to have a light both on the vehicle of the ambassador or the high commissioner and perhaps on an escort vehicle. We have to tweak the legislation to take account of the changed situations. We have more traffic on the road and people can't get to where they want in time or when there's a situation, but we have to deal with that issue.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable
Mr.
Minister.
Chairman, it's the direct
Honorable Leader of the
question.
Opposition, I know you are anxious, but I have to acknowledge the Minister's
Go ahead.
response and then recognize you. You're on the floor now.
Mr. Chairman, the minister said they were reciprocating. That presupposes that a number of countries asked them and they are reciprocating. If the minister says that, then he should be able to say to us, which are the countries that requested and they are reciprocating. To tell us all the countries wouldn't help us. And for instance, there are embassies I see moving around without lights.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I said that we reciprocate. It is necessary. It is important for the security and safety of the diplomats and the high plenipotentiaries to our country. Those ones which have lights are the ones which requested. And those ones which don't use the lights are not using it. But we have to do things sometimes as on the floor to make sure that people are safe, particularly high plenipotentiaries to this country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chairman, I accept the explanation, but could the Honorable Minister say to me, in terms of reciprocation, if our ambassador in the United States and Canada have that same...
Honorable Minister.
I'll request of the Foreign Minister for that information.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Gita Chandan Edmond.
Thank you. Minister, in relation to tweaking the legislation, would this cater for your colleagues and other persons? And I'm asking this specifically because I'm a daily road user and it is a sore problem for me. I'm on the way dropping my children to school and there's absolutely no emergency. And these vehicles just put on their flashing lights and push you off the road.
Honorable Member, I might have to use a light now to get us back on track. But this matter has been raised a number of times during the debate, and here. And there's a standing order with respect to repetition. So we've actually heard from you, and so at this time, please ask your next question pertaining to the head director.
Sir, with due respect, it's a follow-up based on the minister's response that the legislation will be tweaked. So my question specifically is, will the legislation be tweaked to accommodate the minister and government ministers, and when?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the honourable member for her question. I want to regret if it appears as though that this is a personal issue for the honourable member. But, Mr. Chairman, yes, the legislation will be tweaked to accommodate the appropriate users of the lights and water.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to turn to page, this is 227 of volume 2, where the indicators are. It is stated here, Mr. Speaker, on the percentage of court cases lost due to poor evidence provided by the police force, in 2022, it was 44%. Now, you set yourself a target of bringing it down to 1.9%. Could the Honorable Minister tell us what are the measures that will be taken that in 1 year will bring this down from 44% to 1.96%?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and honourable member. My understanding is that it was reduced by 19% last year. If indeed it says 1.9, it would simply be an impossibility and maybe an error or a misread of the statistic.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chairman, let's assume it's 19. It's still a large gap. The Honorable Minister still needs to tell us what are the measures that they will take to bring it from 44. I'm even willing to give you 25%, not 19. What are the measures you will take to bring it down?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman and honourable members, I read a detailed list of the training which will be imparted to our Guyana Police Force. The Guyana Police Force is what we inherited. We inherited a Guyana Police Force. And I may say in this place, I will say in this place that the efficiency, loyalty, and professionalism of the Guyana Police Force was in question at a particular time. In question. Now that we have removed that doubt, we can talk about improvements. We talked about the reduction in traffic fatalities. I said on the floor in this house that we have reduced serious crime in Guyana of an order of 20%. 2 years in succession. And we will reduce it further this year, which is why we have an increase in budget, and which is why even now as we speak, we have training going along for the middle management of the Guyana Police Force, and we just talked about $130 million simply for training of the officers. I spoke yesterday at the conference for these policemen, and I reminded them that they are peace officers and that we want to increase the peace in Guyana, that we want to reduce domestic violence, disorderly crime, homicides due to drugs and other issues, and also issues related, as happened perhaps yesterday, related to drug smuggling and drug running. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I enjoy the penchant for going in the wrong direction. But Mr. Speaker, the minister said that education and training will be done. Could the Honorable Minister tell this House what are the other factors that contribute to this high loss in case due to prosecution? And how is it police force and the ministry plan to remedy it?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I will indulge nevertheless. I spoke about the prosecutor's course. I spoke about training for the CID in the listing. The police force can improve and will improve if we focus on their service and protection motto, and if we have identified, of course, and they understand that the empathetic approach, respectful approach to people, to the public who pay them, is carried out. And we talk about, we know the problems are poverty, youths in difficult circumstances, and all of those issues, which is why we talk about increasing the peace, treating people better in the thing. Mr. Chairman, I will not speak to any investigation about any member in this House, including Mr. Maipal, the honorable member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Deputy Speaker had his hands up for a long time to ask a few questions.
Mr. Chair, I crave your indulgence for a short preface. I want to welcome all the students that are here. I am really happy that they have put some weight on the shoulders of my colleagues on this side and brought some degree of sobriety to them.
The question is, do we have enough money in this estimates to provide lunch?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will get to that, and I'm happy to know that their presence here has brought the Honorable Leader of the Opposition to the House. Mr. Speaker, I refer to line item 6264, and I wish to ask the Honorable Minister how much of that sum allocated on that line item is dedicated towards equipment for Indigenous communities.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In respect of monies related to regions which are mostly populated by indigenous persons, Guyanese, we have brought in new ATVs. We have brought new pickups. I think Letam Region 9 got in 2 vehicles a few days ago. And other than that, there is also additional equipment which have been brought in and are being brought in pieces in relation to the community policing groups. In respect of the hinterland regions, Region 1, 2 pickups were recently sent there. Region 7, 3 pickups. Region 8, 2. Region 9, 2 additional. These are additional. And Region 10, 2 new pickups for patrol, along with ATVs and motorcycles.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seemed as though I touched a nerve somewhere along the way. A few. Mr. Speaker, in relation to line item 6272, there is a tremendous amount of police presence, and we're grateful for them in many Indigenous communities. And I wanted to ask the Minister, there are many communities where police stations and outposts are operating and are not being charged electricity charges nor water charges. I'm curious to know if those things have been brought to the Minister's attention, and if it has, how much of that sum allocated on that line item has been allocated to cover those expenses in those communities?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Honorable Deputy Chair for the question. Basically, it will cover the payment for electricity bills for all divisions, all stations for the Guyana Police Force, including Zara centers, which we're setting up related to the new police stations. So we will cover our expenses in relation to electricity charges and also the telephone charges.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Let me commend the Honorable Minister for his stewardship in the sector, because I know at one point, Mr. Speaker, and I was a victim of it, that at one point there seemed to have been a drift, and the country would know very specifically when components of the force is being weaponized to subvert the will of the people. In relation to that, Mr. Speaker, I look at line item 6302. And one of the things that I had lamented is the lack of diversification of police force. I am therefore asking the Honorable Minister, how much of that allocated sum is dedicated towards recruitment, training, or scholarships in Indigenous communities? And we know that sometimes they have difficulty accessing those services.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Honorable Member. We have identified, Honorable Members, diversity as a core issue of the Guyana Police Force among some other services. As a core issue, we recognize that if police go to certain communities, they should have an understanding of the communities which they are providing service and protection to, that there should be a better engagement between the policemen and the persons of the community. And even if they go to an indigenous community, they should learn a few words of the languages of the people, whether it's Patamona, Wapishana, or any other language. But I am pleased to say that we have just graduated 37 new recruits, graduates, to the police force, mostly from Region 9. Yes, indigenous. And we will expand this issue. We will expand this service because we are better secured when we respect each other more and when we like or even love each other more and our various cultures and we understand it better.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chairman, I return to page 227 for the indicators. At indicator 3, it said percentage of crime solved with the assistance of the public, 2.83. First, could the Honorable Minister tell us, based on their analysis, what were the problems they had that caused them to have so low public participation? And the second question here is, having recognized that it is so low, you now put it to increase to 18.15. Could the Honorable Minister outline the strategic actions that will be taken to achieve this objective?
And Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. I want to thank the Honorable Member
Minister,
for... Sorry, yes, thank
I
you,
was
sir.
just advising the Honorable Leader of the Opposition would link that to the line item. Maybe it's other, I don't know. Go ahead, Honorable.
6302. Mr. Chairman and honorable members, we keep saying and we keep pointing out that the poor engagement between the people and the police has a lot to do with the way the police force still carries on colonial structures in the relation they relate to people. Still colonial structures. And I'm not going to say what has happened in the police force when I said that there was an issue in doubt in this country 2 years ago, 2 years and some months ago. The mistrust that there is will be overcome by what we talk about transformative policing, collaborative policing, where we are having youth groups being set up at police stations and also with the community policing groups, and where we have the police to have better engagements to get actionable intelligence from the communities. In many instances, because the communities are small, people are afraid to speak out because they are usually threatened, verbally, abusive. We saw some of that yesterday. Threats of attacks, sometimes threats to burn down the house and to kill you. I did say that a lot of our problems are disorderly, and I say again, we have gone through a period where things fell down, and we're fixing it now. And I want to request of the opposition, particularly its honorable leader, to engage with us on this issue, because the distance, the disdain, the problem with policing has to do when the police are attacked, physically and by political operatives. Physically and by political. They are criticized and critiqued at every level. And I'm not a denizen of the social media, but I see a lot of it. But we need to have, if we want to increase the peace in Guyana, we have to have better respect and engagement on the core issues. We can only have, Mr. Chairman, I said here before, we had a situation before where an honorable member of this house was chasing people with a cutlass in a village. And Mr. Chairman, I am saying the quality of our discourse, not only in the house, but in social media and in the spit press, is what puts us all at risk. And it is our responsibility on both sides of the house to meet at a position where we recognize that peace has to be guaranteed by the peacemakers, who are the policemen, who the guarantors of peace, the peace officers, and that there will be no progress or even prosperity if we continue along the line where we attack each other in a negative, virulent way. And I am asking for the help of the opposition in respect of that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, may I say in passant that peace goes with justice, but that apart. The minister puts the problem in our colonial era, but he hasn't solved any of the colonial era problems, but telling us he's going to reduce it. Could the honorable minister tell us how and what strategies he will use? That is the question.
Honorable Minister.
Comrade Speaker.
Honorable Member Mr. Jones.
Thank you, sir. Comrade Speaker, I crave your indulgence. The Honorable Minister made reference, which is the second occasion in which a government member made reference to an opposition member chasing someone with a cutlass. The member has since written.
Honorable Member Mr. Jones. Honorable Member Mr. Jones. I'll check the transcript. The honorable minister said a member of this house. So I didn't know he said opposition. He said house. Okay, honorable minister, please.
Mr. Chairman, the honorable leader of the opposition said peace comes with justice. And fundamental to everything that we do, both here and in relation to our engagements with our people and our political aspirations and wishes, is the question of our democracy. And if our democracy was being undermined here, and we had to fix it here in this building here too, that the fundamental question of justice. The country demanded justice when our democracy was being undermined.
Thank you.
And that is where justice in this country, according to the Constitution, has to be afforded to each and every citizen, regardless of race, religion, ethnicity, and everything.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we have now exhausted the time. Honorable members, we have now exhausted the time.
But he hasn't answered the question that I asked.
Honorable members, we have now exhausted the time for this particular agency, and I will now have to put all of the heads that are remaining. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sums stated for program 512 Guyana Police Force current, the sum stated for program 512 Guyana Police Force Capital, the sum stated for program 513 Guyana Prison Service current, the sum stated for program 513 Guyana Prison Service Capital, the sum stated for program 515 the Guyana Fire Service current, the sum stated for program 515 the Guyana Fire Service Capital, the sum stated for program 516 General Register Office current, the sum stated for program 516 General Register Office Capital, the sum stated for program 517 Customs and Narcotics current, the sum stated for program 517 Customs Anti-Narcotics Capital. All these sums stated I now put. Yes, honorable members, we have all of these heads that I'm putting, and I now put all those programs that I've mentioned to you, and I ask that these sums now stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let on your behalf and on my own thank the Honorable Minister and his staff for taking us through the estimates. Honorable members, the House will now resume. And honorable members, before we suspend for lunch, thank you for the greetings, but still remember we are in the House. Before we break for lunch, I had generously given the honorable member, Ms. Annette Ferguson, an opportunity to address the House without prior seeking leave of the Speaker. And I saw she did, as acknowledged, went to social media. But I have a problem with criticisms of the Speaker in the media. And one of the problems she failed to do was to say in her article the generosity of the Speaker with allowing us to speak out of order. Honorable members, and I think she will have an opportunity to correct that. Honorable members, let us break for lunch and be back in 1 hour.
We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time of night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time of night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize, we are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one garage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one garage, not a blade of grass.
Honorable members, Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Honorable members,
We are a peaceful people.
return to Committee of Supply to complete consideration of the estimates. Honorable members, can we invite the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and his team from the Ministry of Finance. Honorable Minister of Finance, if you allow Budget Director to spend a few moments with me, I want to ask her something. If she could come up. Sonia, Budget Director. Thank you very much for your patience. Before we take the Ministry of Finance, Budget Director, in her usual meticulous way, has found some
If I don't smell, so what is stink?
Okay,
It's always only one
those who
portion
are
of
online,
stink.
can you mute your
Me and
mic?
man end up in one room in America.
Those online, Can you move, please? Honorable members, we would have had circulated from Budget Director a few pages, page 549, page 667, page 670, and page 713, circulated earlier this week. Just bringing your attention to circulate these in the volumes that you have. They don't impact on the totals and on the front part of the budget, but just to correct some jumbling of the entries. They got jumbled, but this now puts everything in its right place. All the numbers remain the same, except now they're in the right place. It's the Mahipal syndrome. Honorable members, I now turn your attention to page 64 and 65 as we consider agency number 3, Ministry of Finance, and I propose the question that the sum stated for agency 031, Policy and Administration, Current Expenditure, forms part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Fernandez.
Line item 6140.
Test.
Okay, great. Line item 6141. I noticed there, Mr. Chair, that from 2021 to 2022, the increase in allocation for that line item was actually 60%, but now I'm seeing for the increase from 2022 to 2023 is actually a 23% increase. Could the Honorable Minister of Finance explain to the House why is this so? What catered for the proportionate difference, and what exactly is he foretelling with this 23% increase for 2023 allocation?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, sir, and let me thank the honorable member for the question. The line 6141, it would be recalled, was the line previously styled some years ago, revision of wages and salaries, now styled for the last few years, other employment cost, and is in fact a line under which a number of costs associated with the central government wage bill are met. And these costs include provision for revisions of wages and salaries, such as might arise in instances where there are promotions, provision for new recruits. It would be recalled, in fact, that some of my colleagues on this side of the House would have been asked about provision for new recruits. I recall, in fact, Minister Vindhya Prasad was asked a question about that, and she made the point that provision for new recruits is made elsewhere. So in the respective ministries, as I believe the honourable member would know, we only budget for vacancy positions that are filled as at the time of the conclusion of the budget. This line meets the cost of any new recruits, the cost of any salary revision that might arise, like I said, by way of promotion, declassification, salary adjustment, etc. The other employment cost shortfalls that might arise for one reason or another. And of course, this line also makes a provision for the annual salary increase that will be paid in due course. And this has been the practice since, I hesitate to say since time immemorial, but certainly since I have been familiar with the utilization of this particular line. And in this case, in this year, the practice is no different. So this line makes provision for those costs. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Well, I'm going to ask two questions together, a follow-up on the response versus the Honorable Minister saying based on the percentage increase there of 23%, there is not much being expected when it comes to salary adjustments and also that other wages and salaries that may be catered for, because I am saying that the proportion increase from 2021 to 2022 was significantly greater than the proportion increase from 2022 to 2023. But sir, you did say in your last presentation last year that the government, the PPP government, does make way for consultation with stakeholders and so forth. I want to be a little more specific this year. Could the Honorable Minister say who are the stakeholders that they will be consulting with for the 2023 wages and salary increases?
Honorable Minister.
Certainly, sir. This government prides itself on its consultative approach to governance. We remain closely engaged with all of the major stakeholders, including organized labor, the private sector, and indeed a direct engagement with citizens through an ongoing and continuous series of outreaches, which allows an opportunity, the series of outreaches allowing an opportunity for us to hear directly from citizens. You'll note, for example, that His Excellency the President has taken the office of the President directly to the people. And today he is in fact in Region 6, deploying this office of the President direct engagement with the people of Region 6. And he's going to be doing that. The government will be doing that under His Excellency's leadership across all 10 of the regions of the country. And so we're fully committed to engagement with all stakeholders, including, like I said, organized labor, but of course, other stakeholders who also have a very valid and legitimate interest in these matters. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm concerned, if I can say the least, but I want to ask the Honorable Minister if he's indicating that consultations now has been shifted from a structured, organized approach with engaging those structured, organized, recognized bodies to actually having persons go out there and claiming where there's absolutely no process to verify the consultations and whatever is said and asked for by persons out there, because I believe that will be a concern of the entire country if that is what is happening. Because could the Honorable Minister say if that is the process that the government has embarked on instead of actually going to the structured unions? Actually, now you're saying that they're dealing with people.
Honorable Minister.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I thought that I was sufficiently clear in my earlier answer, but I'd be happy to reiterate what I said earlier. We remain closely engaged with all of the organized entities that represent, or indeed that purport to represent, various stakeholder groups, whether this be organized labor or indeed the sectoral representative bodies of the private sector, et cetera, et cetera. That engagement continues. That engagement continues. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I'm referring to engagement with all stakeholders. And this government remains firmly committed to maintaining our rich engagement with all of the bodies that represent, or indeed that purport to represent, like I said, various groups of stakeholders, various groups of interested parties. But this approach is complemented by a more fulsome direct engagement with the citizenry. And so I emphasize, my emphasis really is on the word complemented rather than substituted, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Honorable Minister, the same line item. I'm asking Mr. Chair for the Minister to lay over the following. If he can provide an estimate of the following subcomponents, that is the provision for salary increase, bonuses, and other incentives, the provision to meet the cost of new employees in the budget agencies, the provision to meet salary adjustments of employees due to promotions, and also to meet shortfalls in employment costs in budget agencies. Thank you for laying that over me.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, regrettably, I wouldn't at this stage be able to do that because this is, as indeed did the rest of the budget, this is managed in a dynamic way. And so as the year progresses, promotions occur, new recruitment occurs, adjustments take place. You would note, for example, that His Excellency the President and our Cabinet announced a series of salary adjustments to particular categories of workers at the end of last year, members of the disciplined services and certain categories of workers in the health sector as the first phase of salary adjustment. And so this is managed in a dynamic way. And this is, over the course of the year, we will continue to be monitoring developments in the various sectors, assessing how these will impact on the requirements for financial provisions, making financial provisions as the case might, as the need might arise. And so I regrettably at this stage, sir, would hesitate to provide some sort of hard allocation that says this pocket, this pool of money is for new recruits, this pool of money is for promotions, and this pool of money is for some third or fourth category of call on this lump sum allocation. With that level of disaggregation, sir, for it to be provided, regrettably, sir, I think for it to be treated as cast in stone, regrettably, I believe, sir, might create a somewhat misleading impression because the allocation is managed, as indeed is the rest of the budget, managed in a dynamic way as the year progresses.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. Minister, could you kindly tell me what figures you use or what formula you use to arrive at this $19+ billion to cover all of the things that you have just spoke of? What did you use? Because you would have been using some percentage to arrive at what you have today.
Honorable Minister.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, this is not done in a simplistic way that you calculate, I'm going to recruit 5 people and employ them. This is done, sir, this is done from multiple perspectives. It's done firstly, sir, from a bottom-up perspective. So we have an initial sense at an agency by agency level. We have an initial sense of what the employment needs are right now, what the gaps are right now, and what the financial requirements might be to meet those needs or to fill those gaps. So a bottom-up approach is adopted agency by agency. So we anticipate maybe another 100 doctors, another 100 teachers, another 100 nurses, just using purely hypothetical numbers. So that's done from a bottom-up approach. But there's also a macro approach that is adopted from a top-down approach to keep an eye on the size of the central government wage bill relative to GDP, the size of the central government wage bill relative to the total budget, and what is affordable in that context, what level of growth in the central government wage bill would not be inflationary. And that is done from a top-down approach. And we do several iterations of this until we arrive at an optimal allocation to the total central government wage bill and for the amount that can be provided for here. And then as the course of the year, as the year advances, we manage that allocation in order to ensure that it is executed in an optimal fashion. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. Could the Honorable Minister say for line item 6242, which buildings is being maintained here?
Honorable Minister.
Certainly, sir. Of course, the Ministry of Finance has a number of locations. Our primary location is, of course, Main and Orchard Street, streets, as is known. So the bulk of this allocation, in fact, almost all of this allocation, is for the Main and Orchard Streets location. But we do also have other installations, like, for example, the Valuation Division on Camp Street, which will also constitute a call on this allocation. But it's principally for the Main and Orchard. I would say the principally Main and Orchard location, which is our main office, but some of it will also be used on Camp Street. And in fact, we do also have sub-treasury locations in the 10 regions. And while the regions often assist with that accommodation, from time to time, we might need to support by maintaining our presence in the sub-treasury, our physical premises in the respective RDC bin.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. Line item 6264, vehicle spares and services. Could the Honorable Minister see how many vehicles are being catered for under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Certainly, sir, 21 vehicles.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the minister now turn to 6272, electricity charges over the period 2021 to 2022, sir? You spent some $23.65 billion was transferred to GPL from the Treasury to meet arrears for various government agencies. Another $4.062 billion is being requested in this budget. So could the minister say to the House, how much of this amount represents a subsidy to GPL and how much is to meet arrears? That's my first question.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, in the first instance, this represents the clearance of electricity arrears. It would be recalled, in fact, that when we came into office, there was a stock of arrears that we inherited, which we've been trying to clear, and we've been making progress with clearing. There are indeed some entities who, in the public sector, that are incapable of meeting the cost of their electricity. I think the most prominent one that comes to mind is the GWI, because their revenue has historically, this is not a new problem. The revenues of the GWI has historically been inadequate to meet the costs of their electricity bill, and so the central government has historically supported the finances of GWI by either paying their electricity bill or a significant part of their electricity bill. That continues to be the case. And so thus far, what we've been paying, and in fact what we're anticipating to pay in 2023, represents clearance of arrears and keeping us current with respect to electricity charges. I should add, sir, that of course the honourable member asks a very important question. And that is to say the question in relation to the finances of GPL and the extent to which GPL is being subsidized. We do, of course, support GPL, particularly on the capital expenditure side. So central government supports a lot of the financing of the capital expenditure for GPL, which the honourable member would be aware of. And in fact, we considered some of those investments when the Honourable Prime Minister's estimates, the Office of the Prime Minister's estimates were being considered. But in this instance, this is really to pay electricity charges. I would hasten, of course, I couldn't possibly miss the opportunity to reiterate that notwithstanding the spike in fuel costs borne by GPL, we've taken the position that we will not adjust the electricity tariffs. And we've maintained the electricity tariffs notwithstanding that GPL is carrying much higher fuel costs.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, I believe this is not the first time we are clearing back arrears for agencies. And so I would like to know what mechanism the minister is putting in place to ensure that budget agencies don't relapse.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, sir. Here again, it's a perfectly valid question from the honorable member. I would say that what you're dealing with here is perhaps a little bit of a mixed bag. There are indeed some agencies that have not been paying in a timely manner. And in that regard, we have been working, by staff at the ministry have been working very closely with the respective agencies to ensure that in the first instance, they meet their obligations, because the honourable member is absolutely correct, Mr. Chairman, in identifying that agencies should pay their bills in a timely manner. So I couldn't agree more with that, I think the statement that is underlying the question that was posed by the honourable member. But there are some entities that in fact do have a challenge with their capacity to pay, because they simply don't generate. And like I said, forgive me for highlighting the GWI example, but they're probably the most illustrative example. GWI is in fact a good example of an entity whose revenues simply don't suffice to meet the cost of their entire energy cost. And so they are an example, they're not the only example, but they're an example of an entity whose, one will have to take a much more comprehensive look at the finances of their operations to address this issue. I think this, in some sense, the government support to an entity like GWI to pay electricity bill really can be considered a government subsidy to support the cost of delivering water to the people. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, could you turn your attention to 6231, fuel and lubricants? Even though fuel prices were high in 2022, the ministry did not fully utilize the budgeted amount. In 2023, the ministry has budgeted 10.9 million compared to the revised 2022 figure of 6.78 million. Even though prices in 2023 are expected to be lower than in 2022. So, Minister, could you kindly tell us what average price for fuels did the ministry assume in its projections? Is the ministry budgeting to expand existing activities, and at what cost? And what new activities will the ministry be undertaking in this financial year? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Sure, certainly, sir. I'd be happy to share with the honourable member. We make a variety of price assumptions regarding fuel for various purposes within the budget. So we make assumptions about the average price of crude oil, for example, for the purposes of revenues into the NRF. We make assumptions about the movement in prices for refined fuel product for the purposes of the fuel bill for respective agencies. I'd be happy to share those with the honourable member offline. With respect to, here again, a very most appropriate question. The honourable member is right that in 2022 we did not exhaust our voted provision. The honourable member will, of course, note that in 2023 we are budgeting, in fact, exactly, we were insistent that we should not budget more than we had budgeted in 2022. So you will note that what we've provided is the same amount, not more than we provided in 2022. And here, the principal objective here is to ensure that we're able to scale up our monitoring. As you know, we have a bigger budget. We have a larger number of projects that are under execution. We want to make sure that we're able to monitor those on the ground as actively as possible. And so the increase in the allocation relative to last year is really to provide for that, a more, an even more active and proactive approach to monitoring of execution of the budget, which is principally what is driving the change in the allocation, which, like I said, is in fact the same as the budgeted provision for last year.
Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. Line item 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. Looking specifically at the allocation there to the Statistical Bureau in excess of $2 billion, I want to ask the minister, through you, Mr. Chair, would this amount actually be sufficient for the Bureau of Statistics to carry out its mandate? And I want to draw the minister's attention to the fact that we are seeing in Appendix T, the details given here for the Bureau of Statistics to say that wages and salaries have actually been decreased by almost $200 million. And also I'm seeing that the rental and maintenance of building has moved from an actual just over $17 million to now over $54 million. So could the Honorable Minister explain to me why this is so? And if you can also, Honorable Minister, could you also say if this allocation, just in excess of $2 billion to the Bureau of Statistics, is actually going to fix the fact that we are yet to receive very important reports? Is this going to be given monies towards aiding reports like the labor force survey that the last report we had was in the third quarter of 2021? Should we expect to see any one of those improve this year with this allocation?
Honorable members.
Thank you very much, sir. I am, excuse me. I guess the short answer to the question is we do believe that the $2 billion provided in budget 2023 will suffice to meet the costs of the operations of the Statistics Bureau, which the honorable member quite rightly identifies as a very important national institution. So that's the short version, the short answer, I guess, to the headline question. That amount represents our best current estimate, given currently available information, our best estimate of what is needed to meet the ongoing operating costs of the Bureau. The big activity that the Bureau was engaged in of last year was, of course, the census. The honorable member alludes to the census. That activity will continue. There are census-related activities that are continuing this year. In fact, the enumeration is ongoing. While they've completed a number of regions, there's still a few regions where additional visits are needed, a number of households still to be visited. We anticipate a preliminary report to be completed during the very preliminary report to be completed during the course of this year. But colleagues in this house who have been following this would know that the census is a very long and involved exercise. So that has been the big activity. The honourable member drew attention to the labour force statistics. I'm not sure how long the honourable member has been following these developments, but and I know that the census only happens once every 10 years. But typically, once the survey team starts working on the census, the entire survey team focuses on the census. And so that has been the focus of attention, which is why you might not have been seeing some of the labor force reports being produced. The whole surveys team is focused entirely on working on census right now. But Mr. Chairman, like I said, the short answer to the question is that this $2 billion and I think 43.9 million would represent our current best estimate of what would be required to finance the operations of this very important national institution.
Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
A follow-up on that, sir, specifically when it comes to the wages and salaries allocation, because I did mention that we see the allocation given here is almost $200 million less than the actual for last year. So my question to the Honorable Minister is, could the Honorable Minister say if at the Bureau of Statistics, if the staff complement is filled, if not, how many staff are not there and missing, that those positions need to be filled? And more specifically also to add to that, when it comes to the IT department, particularly with persons that deal with the website, are those vacancies filled? Because we would notice, the public would notice that work has not been done in that department for quite some time.
Well, thank you, sir. Thankfully, the estimates, in fact, provide a lot of rich historic information. And so if the honourable member, in fact, would go back to, say, 2021, I'm sure the honourable member would see that the wage bill in total employment cost in 2022 represented a dramatic increase over 2021, and in fact is declining in 2023. So you had in 2021 a total employment cost of 333 million. In 2022, you have an estimated employment cost of 1.45 billion. And in 2023, you have some reversion to 1.3 billion. And the reason for that, sir, is quite simple, that there was a lot of employment of finite duration, limited, fixed or limited term employment associated with the census in 2022. So that explained the dramatic ramping up of employment. There's a lot of temporary employment and fixed term employment in 2022 associated with the census. A lot of that will taper off in 2023. So you'll see a significant falling off, not a complete falling off because census activities will continue. So you'll see some falling off of the fixed term and short term, finite duration employment associated with census in 2022, but not all of it will fall off. And of course, we continue, and the question specifically in relation to the IT department, again, a good question. And we recognize the importance of strengthening IT systems, and the Statistics Bureau work is in fact already ongoing in this regard. And I couldn't agree more with the honourable member that we recognize the need to continue to strengthen IT capabilities in the Bureau.
Honorable members, I now put a question that some stated for Program 031 Policy and Administration. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Some stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to pages 489 and 490. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 031, Policy and Administration, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, I'm looking at line item 120, 2200 buildings. Could you kindly inform the House what is the status of the ministry's annex in Crowell Street and what departments will be housed there? And when are we expecting to occupy this building?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, it would be recalled, sir, that this was an incomplete project that we met when we came into office. We have, sir, had a number of challenges regarding the contractual arrangements surrounding this building. I think the honourable member is familiar with this history, so I would repeat it. We have had to do multiple rounds of reworking to bring this back into a position where this building can be completed. Mr. Chairman, we anticipate that this building will be completed this year. And it is our intention, in fact, to bring the building into use this year. You asked about percentage completion. I think we would estimate, our current estimate is the building is in the vicinity of 90% completion. It is our intention, honorable member, through you, sir, to complete the building this year and to occupy it. The honorable member also asked, sir, the honorable member also asked about which departments or divisions will be occupying the building. And sir, in relation to that, that matter is still very much under active consideration, and a final determination has not been made on it.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. Line item, project code rather, 4400700, poverty program. Could the Honorable Minister say how many people are manning this department within the Ministry of Finance?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, it would be recalled, here again, this is not a new, this program has been in place for a long time. And we don't have such a dedicated department managing the program. The program is managed within the projects department, which manages the entire portfolio of government projects. What we have done is we've constituted a committee to consider, because we receive, of course, multiple requests for support. We've constituted a committee to consider and examine these requests to ensure coordination with various other line ministries who might also be able to provide support depending on the nature of the request, the nature of submissions that we receive. That technical committee, it's a purely technical committee, considers those requests and then makes recommendations. But there isn't a full-time department or division managing this program.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sir, could the Honorable Minister give to us rather, because he's saying right now that there is a committee, but I just want to remind the Honorable Minister that 2021 budget, he actually said, we have set up an administrative structure within the Ministry of Finance to consider requests for these community-based or organization-based projects, and these projects are executed through the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the agencies involved. So given that the Honorable Minister did say that there is an administrative structure in place since 2022, then could the Honorable Minister kindly give us details of what this structure entails, how many persons, what are the positions and so forth, because you did not say a committee the last time.
Honorable Minister.
Absolutely, sir. I must admit that I didn't have at the forefront of my mind as precise a recollection of what I had said in 2021. But I thank the honorable member, in fact, for doing the research that she did and pulling up the Hansard for 2021. And happily, but unsurprisingly, sir, my answer in 2023 is fully consistent with my answer in 2021. We have, in fact, put in place an administrative structure which comprises a committee, which, in fact, did not exist previously. And so when I indicated that we have put or will be putting in place in 2021 an administrative structure, it was precisely this arrangement that I had in mind, the technical committee. That committee is now in place. It's a 3-person committee. They, like I said, comprising professional civil servants in the ministry. They receive these requests, they examine them, they engage with both the sectoral ministries, and also in many cases, some of these things are implemented through NGOs or CSOs, etc. Many of these initiatives, and that committee engages with these entities to ensure close collaboration. Engages both with a sectoral ministry where one might be involved, and or with the NGO and or CSO where one is involved to ensure optimal coordination and collaboration in execution. So thank you very much, Honourable Member, for reminding me of my own words in 2021. And like I said, happily but unsurprisingly, my words in 2023 remain fully consistent with those that I offered in 2021. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Minister, Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the minister turn his attention to 19-00400 Basic Need Trust Fund? Minister, as a member of the opposition, persons meet you from time to time to find out what is being done by BNTF, all these monies that we vote for in the National Assembly. So I'm asking you, sir, if you could kindly provide the National Assembly with a breakdown of the projects contemplated under this head, and if you can say where they are going to be located and what cost.
Honorable Minister.
Certainly, sir. The BNTF, in fact, and I thank the Honourable Member for giving me the opportunity to highlight the excellent work that is being done by the BNTF. The BNTF is a very important regional trust fund. It's, in fact, a trust fund that's administered by the Caribbean Development Bank. It has a number of international bilateral donors and contributors. Guyana, Guyana is one of the regional beneficiaries of the BNTF. I think the Honourable Member, and I'm saying this more for the benefit of the general audience rather than the Honourable Member, because I believe the Honourable Member is very familiar with a lot of this. And so the BNTF does and has historically been doing excellent work in supporting community level social infrastructure. No different in 2023 than was the case in 2022 or indeed in historic years. So in 2023, I'd be happy to provide more details of all of the projects, but just broadly, the BNTF will be financing in 2023 investments in education infrastructure, in particular, construction of primary, nursery, special education schools, very modest. These are very small school buildings in small communities, typically in very small, oftentimes remote communities. The BNTF has also been supporting the construction of early childhood development centers. I think the Honourable Member might be familiar with some of these. We also do some small community roads under BNTF. We also do some modest water projects. In particular, there's a strong emphasis on hinterland water. And so I have before me, sir, a number of projects that we're anticipating that we'll be doing in 2023. Of course, there's a process because we have to not only identify these projects in consultation with the communities, the Honourable Member, I suspect, would know this process, but we also have to propose these projects to the CDB, they review them, etc., they approve them, and then they grant approval for these projects to be implemented. So, but those are the broad areas: education, roads, and water. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Project code 4503100, contribution to local organization, Linden Enterprise Network. Could the Honourable Minister say what is the status of the board of LEN?
Honorable Minister.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, through you, I'm happy to inform the Honourable Member that the matter of the appointment of the board for LEN is, we recognize that that appointment is pending, and the Honourable Member would no doubt be very pleased to know that this matter is engaging active and urgent consideration.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
A follow-up, sorry. Sir, at the last budget consideration for 2022, the Honourable Minister said the matter of the appointment of the board is under active consideration and I expect should be concluded forthwith. When I questioned if there's a timeline in place, the Honourable Minister came back and said, I believe the word I used earlier was forthwith. So my question to the Honourable Minister right now, given that we are allocating $50 million to LEN, and the people of Linden looking at this consideration would say that, yes, we're getting $50 million, but there's no board in place, so they cannot receive that money. So could the Honorable Minister give a timeline, and more specifically, could you define forthwith for this Honorable House?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I would once again thank the honourable member for taking the time to research my answer last year. I will simply say, as I said indeed last year, that we recognize the urgency of the need for a board to be appointed. And this matter, sir, is under consideration in government. But let me go on, sir, to say that we continue to have the management structure in place. There is a staff, there's a team of staff still at the LEN office, and they continue to provide support to clients, and they continue to have, and so the unit is still very much there, notwithstanding the non-appointment of the board. But I once again, sir, thank the honourable member for drawing attention to this matter and assure her that it will engage consideration.
Thank you, Honourable Member Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, line item 2401300. Between 2021 and 2022, sir, more than 337 million was spent on vehicles. In 2023, another 350 million is being requested, bringing the total in 3 years to nearly $750 million. How many vehicles are to be procured in 2023? And how many new vehicles, not reconditioned vehicles? And sir, could you kindly say how many vehicles it is anticipated from your fleet that is obsolete? Thank you.
So, certainly, sir, just to clarify that this allocation, in fact, is not an allocation that is used to buy vehicles for the Ministry of Finance only. And in fact, it's an allocation that is used to purchase vehicles for a number of agencies across central government. So I want to assure the honourable member that this is not it's an omnibus allocation that is used to purchase vehicles across the whole of the central government. In fact, sir, the honourable member would have taken note. The honourable member would have taken note of the fact that across many ministries, there was not an allocation for land transport for vehicles. The reason being that there is this single omnibus lump sum allocation, which is then used for the purposes of programming across, having considered relative priorities and relative needs, because lots of agencies have gaps in terms of their transport fleet. Many ministries have gaps in their transport fleet. And then, of course, there's the issue of the state of the fleet as well, not just the number of vehicles, but also the state of the fleet. You know, some ministries have old vehicles. In some cases, some of them are inefficient vehicles. Some of them need to be retired and replaced. And so this allocation, sir, and not only this allocation in 2023, but also in 2022, would have been used in 2022 and will be used in 2023 to address, to help to meet the gaps in the transport fleet across the central government. I might add that the honourable member would note that there's an increase from 2022 to 2023, and that in fact is a direct result of His Excellency the President making a commitment to provide vehicles for institutions representing persons with disabilities. And so the honourable member would recall that during the course of 2022, President Ali gave a commitment that we'll be providing vehicles to support persons living with disability, to support organizations or entities or institutions working with people living with disabilities. And so the increase that is observed in the allocation is not just for administrative vehicles or so, the allocation will also be supporting the acquisition of vehicles for that purpose. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable
Follow-up.
Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow-up. Mr. Minister, is the committee responsible for the disposal of assets, especially vehicles? Is that in place, and how often are they meeting?
Honorable
So,
Minister.
certainly, Mr. Chairman, this question of disposal of unserviceable assets or inefficient assets is of course one that has been around for some time. There are standard guidelines that govern disposal of assets. There's a process that involves valuation, identification of the assets that might be unserviceable, valuation, verification by the Auditor General, public advertisement and auction to dispose of assets, whether vehicles or otherwise. And that process is still very much in place. I know that within my own ministry, within the Ministry of Finance, we used that process late last year, in fact, in relation to some vehicles that were deemed by the, not plant maintenance, but the people, the people public works, by the Public Works Ministry, who had identified some vehicles, the engineers had identified, mechanical engineers had identified some vehicles that were unserviceable, and we invoked that process. So that process is still very much the same process with which the honourable member is familiar. That process is still very much in place and is being used by ministries, including by my own, in relation to disposal of unserviceable assets. And indeed, I would encourage my cabinet colleagues, where they have unserviceable assets, I'd encourage them to use that process to make sure that we get rid of assets that are sitting around, occupying space, sometimes space that could be deployed to do other things. I'd encourage my colleagues in the cabinet to invoke that process, which is a well-established process, to get rid of unserviceable assets, free up space, and reduce the call on the maintenance budget, maintaining things that perhaps are at the end of their useful economic life. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for Program 031, Policy and Administration. Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please let us turn to pages 66 and 67. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 32, Public Financial Management Policies and Services. And I propose the question that the sum stated for this program stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the minister turn to 6262? Overseas conferences and official visits. The actual cost under this subhead in 2021, Minister, was $118.466 million. Even though $205 million was budgeted in 2022, the revised amount is $411 million. Plus, the provision in 2023 is $450 million. So could you kindly inform the House what would have informed you in terms of making this provision of $450 in 2023?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In fact, you know, the estimates have historically presented a 3-year window. So we have in these estimates 2021, 2022, and of course the budget year for 2023. But of course, these past 2 years have been anything but normal. Because if you go back, say, to 2021, that was a year that was still very severely affected by COVID-19. 2020, 2021 were very unusual years. You had COVID-19, international travel was virtually ground to a complete halt. A lot of the international meetings and engagements were either not being held or attempts were being held to hold them virtually. And so this 3-year window, particularly the historic part of the 3-year window, 2001, presents a slightly unrepresentative picture of the volume of activity that has historically been executed, and certainly does not provide a good, serve as a good predictor of the level of activity that will be required going forward. And so what you're seeing now is a resumption of international meetings. I know the honorable member herself served in government until 2020. She would recall that as COVID-19 started to sweep the world, international meetings ground to a halt, nobody was traveling, nothing was happening, etc. What we're now seeing is a resumption of face-to-face engagements globally. And so a lot of the meetings that previously would have been held, that would have either been canceled or held online, are now being held on a face-to-face basis once again. So that's the first point I want to make. The second point I want to make is that we are in government, in fact, ramping up our global diplomatic efforts, and in particular our economic diplomacy. As you know, we are very aggressively promoting Guyana as a destination for investment and trade activity. We have a new and elevated prominence in a number of economic spheres, including, of course, what's happening in oil and gas, but also the work that we're doing, led by the President and my distinguished colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, on the food security front. There's a ramping up of Guyana's presence and advocacy, our visibility, our presence, and our advocacy in a number of specific areas, which we see increased international representation, as the honourable member can no doubt imagine. And so the allocation that we've provided in 2023 represents our best estimate of what the anticipated needs will be in 2023, given this expectation regarding international representation and participation in international meetings, overseas conferences, etc. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have a follow-up on that, and I'm just going to put two questions together, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair. The follow-up on that 62 for overseas conference and official visit, can the Honorable Minister say, give an estimation of the allocation that is being budgeted for the Prime Minister's office, and also for my second question, it's for 62684 and 6294 for others, if those could be disaggregated.
Honorable Minister.
Sir, if I might answer first, if I might refer, sir, first to the question in relation to 6262, we don't actually disaggregate it by agency. So there isn't an allocation for the Office of the Prime Minister, an allocation for the Office of the Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, or indeed an allocation for any other particular office or unit in government. The Honourable Member also asked about, I believe, 6284 and 6294. 6284 is used to meet, let me just, right. So this, under 6284, we meet primarily licensing fee, license fees and maintenance services associated with various software applications that are deployed across government. So the honourable member would know that under the previous People's Progressive Party civic government, we had implemented an integrated financial management system. That system runs on a particular software platform, and that the maintenance of that software platform requires the payment of license and maintenance fees and support services. So this allocation meets the cost of those license fees and maintenance services in relation to the IFMAS. We also run a payroll system. Excuse me. We also run a payroll system. This allocation meets the subscription or license fees in relation to the payroll system. We also run a variety of enterprise business productivity applications. I won't list all of these. And a number of enterprise platform systems. We pay license fees for all of those to ensure. Here again, these are central government-wide applications. So the Ministry of Finance might perhaps be the primary owner or originator of these systems, because these systems are run across government. So the IFMAS is run across government. The payroll system is a payroll system for the entire central government. We run a number of enterprise software tools for which we pay fees as well. We have connectivity charges. We also have audit software that we run, a number of particular audit software that we run for the purposes of government internal audit. And very significantly, we are in fact, sir, rolling out, the honourable member would no doubt know that in my budget speech, I refer to the work that we're doing to improve payment systems. We are in fact rolling out a real-time, we have in fact implemented a real-time gross settlement system and an automated clearinghouse and electronic fund transfer system, which actually, and regrettably the budget speech didn't provide ample opportunity to elaborate fully on this, but which actually now gives us the capability to make payments directly to payee bank accounts. And so we are now at a point where we are all government salaries for all government employees and all government pensions for all government pensioners are in fact paid directly into the payee's bank account, the employee's bank account. With the exception of those who work in the hinterland or unbanked or underbanked areas where they don't have access to a bank branch, you know, like say policemen or teachers or so on who are stationed, or health workers stationed in remote hinterland communities. They don't have access to a bank branch where or an ATM where they can go to withdraw their money. But certainly for those who live on, those government employees who live on coastal and major population centers, we now pay them directly into their bank accounts. And so there's no necessity to pick up a salaries check and take your salaries check to be banked into a bank account, or and then withdraw money as you need. The RTGS system and the electronic fund transfer system has now deployed the capability of literally hitting a button and paying salaries directly into bank accounts. And we want to roll this out even more extensively. And so there are also costs associated with that platform, the RTGS and EFT platforms, and transaction fees that are associated with that are also paid.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Oh, my apologies. And I think a question was asked about 6294 as well, if I may say. That was 6284. So the honourable member also asked about 6294, and the bulk of that allocation is to meet the cost of compensation claims and judgments awarded against government. Compensation claims and judgments awarded against government. So somebody suing the government and they win an award, we make a lump sum allocation in the Ministry of Finance too. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 32, Public Financial Management Policies and Services, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have exhausted the time for this head. There is only one program remaining, Program 32, Public Financial Management Policies and Services, Capital Expenditure. And I would propose that this sum stands part of the estimates. I'll give a few more moments for a couple of questions. No questions? Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 32, Public Financial Management Policies and Services, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, on your behalf, and my own, I want to thank the Minister and staff at the Ministry of Finance who have been so well recognized by all sides of the House during the last 2 weeks. I want to thank them for being with us. And I also want to express my appreciation to the several MPs who I saw this year going to all of the volumes of the budget debate and having even more intense and informed questions. Honorable Minister of Finance.
No, sir. Sir, thank you very much, sir. I was just going to echo your own the sentiments that you just expressed. Simply to thank my colleagues on that side of the House for the questions that they posed. I suppose, given that I'm on my feet, the questions that they posed, not only in relation to the Ministry of Finance budget, but indeed for all of the estimates during the course of the past week, I think it gave us on this side of the House a good opportunity to elaborate and elucidate further on the provisions that are in the budget. And I think it showcased and we appreciate the questions that were asked, and it presented the people of Guyana an opportunity to take a deeper dive into the estimate. So I want to thank my colleagues on that side of the House and for the questions that they asked. And of course, sir, my own team for the remarkable work that they have been doing silently and quietly behind the scenes. To thank them, there are indeed no words that are adequate to express fulsomely and appropriately and adequately the fantastic work that they continue to do. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let the Assembly resume. Thank you. Honorable members, we should actually have stayed in Committee of Supply because we do have next on the order paper consideration of financial paper number 4 of 2022. Just 1 second. Yes. Thank you. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much. We're in committee, right, sir? Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with Article 171(2) of the Constitution, I signify that Cabinet has recommended for consideration by the Assembly the motion for the approval of the proposals set out in Financial Paper number 4 of 2022, supplementary estimates capital advances made from the contingencies fund totaling $3,812,999,559 for the period from 30th November to 31st December 2022. And I now move the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The motion is proposed. Honorable members, I think there's one item on this paper, and I would now propose the question that the sum stated for agency code 02-023, Office of the Prime Minister, Power Generation, Chart of Account 2610600 Gas to Power Project. And I propose the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, let me start by saying I don't profess to be an expert in economics, but for my own understanding and consumption, I know that this is a very big project that will benefit all of Guyana, expected so, and hopefully so. And I see, sir, that in 2022, we had a budgeted sum of $20,800,000,000 for this project, and then the supplementary, this that was taken from the control fund of the contingency fund of $3,812,999,559, bringing it up to a total of $24,613,000,000. And I also take into account that $30 billion will be coming to this project via loan or grant, as stated in the budgeted sum, which we considered earlier, and a total of $43,300,000,000 for 2023. May I ask the Honorable Minister to provide an update to this House on the current status of this project, given that the sum that was expended in 2022 amounts to $24,613,000,000, and if we can have a copy of the final investment plan that was promised via the media from, I think it was Mr. Winston Brasington who said it in February of 2022. So if a copy of that can be laid over also.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that the honorable member is seeking information on the money that is being allocated in 2022 for this project.
The status of where it is right now.
We had paid 15% of the contract sum for the EPC contract, and that amounted to $24.213 billion. As you can recall, the total sum was some $759,882,080 United States, and that 15% would have been $113,982,312, and that's how we arrive at, in Guyana dollars, $24.213 billion. Payment of $400 million is made to the Ministry of Public Works, and that's for payment to persons whose land has been acquired for the pipeline route, under the law, acquisition for public purposes. The amount of 400 million represents a sum that is more than double the fair market value as determined by the Chief Valuation Office. As such persons are being compensated for no less than 2 times the valuation for the land. And that amount to the payments made so far, 24,612,999,559.70. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Michael.
Mr. Chair, may I ask the Honorable Prime Minister if he is willing to circulate to all members of this House the final investment plan?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Sorry, if I may, Prime Minister, may I, sir?
Honorable
Mr. Speaker, if I,
Senior
Mr.
Minister,
Chairman,
the
if I
Office of
may,
the
just to
President.
supplement. I don't myself, Mr. Chairman, I don't myself recall what statements or commitments were made previously in relation to what will be provided, but where we had indicated that information would be provided, we'd be very happy to do so. So if there's a particular item or information or piece of information or plan that was promised that will be made available and it has not thus far been made available, we'd be happy to make it available. But I'm not specifically sure about any particular item that the honourable member was asking about. But he's referring to a commitment previously made to make an investment plan available. Where that commitment was made previously, we would certainly be very happy to honor it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Michael.
No. I read my own notes, okay? Get it right. Sir, I was reading up on this project, and as I started off by saying, I don't profess to be an expert at it, but with the provision of these documents, I'm sure that it will give me better understanding, and also the people of Guyana better understanding, because I think this project is bigger than politics, and I know that there are many opinions that are being expressed in the public domain, as opposed to bringing the gas to shore via the pipelines. Why not use barges? And then there's some talks about that I read, whereby it will be cheaper and more economical and beneficial to the people of Guyana should there be any issue with the pipelines. At least you have the barges that can work as storage tanks and so on, and all of these things. But I referenced the final investment plan, sir, because it was in February of 2022 when Mr. Winston Brasington said in an interview that the final investment plan was ready. So it's against that backdrop, and in the interest of transparency and accountability, sir, I am asking if perhaps all the documents that are related to this big project that is going to utilize a substantial amount of money from the Guyanese people, if all the documents relating to this project can be made available to the opposition side of this House so that we can have a better and clearer understanding and be a part of the process to ensure that the people's money are accounted for and the project is being scrutinized to the fullest for the benefit of all Guyanese people.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind the honorable member the commitments made earlier. We remain committed to transparency, and I wish to assure you that all documents will be provided for the honorable members to be clearly informed as to this project.
So,
thank you.
In due course.
Honorable
thank you, Comrade Speaker. I'm happy for the Honorable Prime Minister's response to that question, and I'm happy that he has endeavored to provide all the documents pertaining to this project. And may I ask the Prime Minister if he can commit a time on the basis, sir, that there are documents that are already, and the noise that are coming from the other side will not deter me from asking, sir, because I'm elected here by the people, for the people, and will work in the interest of the people. And this is a big project, sir, that requires that type of representation. And I'm asking the Prime Minister, sir, if the documents that are available now, if the Prime Minister is prepared to give us a timeline when he will provide the opposition side of this House with the documents relating to this big project.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I already promised the honorable member that in due course, all the information will be available to him. Mr. Speaker, additionally, in the media, we had a sign-in ceremony and we had a press release. So the Guyanese people are already receiving information on this project.
Thank you.
This is already public knowledge, Mr. Speaker. But I will, in due course, of course, honor the commitment to the honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members, the Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, could the Prime Minister state when this project is completed, at what rate power will be sold from this plant?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've already made a commitment that the people of Guyana will be paying far less than what they're paying for now. Already communicated out there is some 50% is a figure, and the information will be so communicated. We already raised the expectations of the Guyanese people, and we will deliver on that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Comrade Chair, could I ask the Minister to deliver the answer which I seek, the rate at which power will be sold? How much cents, dollars per kilowatt hour?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in all fairness to the opposition, I don't want to communicate too many figures to confuse them. So let us live with the fact that at the end of this project, you will be paying far less than you're paying now for electricity. That is easier to process for now. Information on a need-to-know basis, information as it becomes available. When the project is completed and we start to distribute the electricity and the rates change, we will communicate that. But for now, it will be far less than you're paying now.
Honorable Chair, thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Mr. Chair, the PPP government has a bad track record when it comes to these types of massive projects. This project is being undertaken for billions upon billions of dollars. It's only fair that the Prime Minister can give us in this House and give to the people of Guyana this information. Could I ask another question? At what do you estimate to be the unit cost of the gas that will be supplied to the plant? If you determine that it will be the power produced will cause the Guyanese people to see a 50% reduction? I'm building up to the question here.
We already asked a question. The question you ask, tell me if I'm not comprehending, is what is the price of the gas that will be delivered to the
Yes, I'm
plant?
trying to give some context to the question.
So you asked the question, and I'm about to put. But I was about to also say, before you asked the question, you made a statement about the PPP government, and it might envisage a response. Honorable Prime Minister, these failed projects that your government.
Mr. Speaker, the PPP government has a history of conceptualizing, constructing, and delivering to the people of Guyana. Contrary to the coalition government, who is good at dreaming and perhaps some amount of conceptualization, but not implementing. Not implementing, no delivery. And even for the projects that they tried with, they're all incomplete. And in cases, we have to take corrective measures and deliver them to the people of Guyana. So rest assured that this project will be delivered to the people of Guyana in keeping with the timeline, and the cost that they will pay for electricity will be far less than they're paying now.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahibo.
Chairman, so my understanding is that for the pipelines, cost oil, the money will be coming out from cost oil, which Exxon will cover. What system do we have in place? What is the established system that we as a country have in place to monitor the price and ensure that we have that we get value for money now? I understand that there is an audit team and all of that to do XYZ, but all of that is being done after expenditure. Do we have a monitoring officer and monitoring and evaluation officer now? Do we have one now and if I can put it in layman's terms, sir, if this company is going to buy something now, do we have somebody from our team that is ensuring that the price is as is, it's not bloated and those kind of things? A monitoring system in place now to deal with all the costs that Exxon is going to get and ensure that it is according to what the Guyanese people will have to pay. Sir, please permit me, because I'm not an expert. I'm trying to.
But you've been repeating the same thing now a couple of times. So
probably it's because of the heckling, sir. But what?
Please don't heckle the articulate gentleman.
But what I'm trying to get at, sir, is that we have an audit going on, yes, and the audit is auditing things that already happened. And we are in a position as Guyanese and people of this country to put a system in place that when the expenditure is happening, we can monitor it there as opposed to await an audit. So why can't we monitor it there, and then we will get the audit to verify that whatever is being done is accurate, so we could have a monitoring mechanism for the expenditure.
Honorable Prime Minister.
A financial monitoring mechanism.
The full time.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member asked for a report, and he's now trying to direct us how to write the report. The question that you're asking there will be answered in the report. I already committed that the report will be submitted in due course. In due course. What you're doing there, you're situating the report. But rest assured, we will produce a report to you that will cover everything in a quite holistic manner, all the questions that you're asking.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chair,
Minister, as
Honorable
Mr. Chair,
Member,
can I have
Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson. Please go ahead.
thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've been asked, good afternoon, sir. To the Honorable Prime Minister, one, sir, the pipeline to shore is a separate project. Can I ask you, A, do we have, just like you have for the power plant, an independent consultant? Do we have an independent consultant engaged to safeguard the interests and of the people of Guyana, because it's an Exxon project? Do we have technical consultant? Two, if so, yes, who are the consultants and what cost is it? And is it included in this? Secondly, sir, there's a gas to sales agreement signed and acknowledged by the government. Sir, can the Honorable Prime Minister make this available to the people of Guyana, the Parliament? And so those are my first two questions. I would have follow-up depending on the responses, please.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, very good questions by the Honorable Member of the House, and I can assure him that those questions will be answered in the report that will be submitted in due course.
Mr. Chair, as a follow-up, is the Honorable Prime Minister saying at this time he's unaware if there is an independent consultant, technical, looking and reviewing the plans that Exxon submitted and reviewing and safeguarding like every other project that we have? And for the power plant, we have a consultancy from India. I think that was signed by a new company. Is the Honorable Prime Minister unaware if there is such a technical independent consultant in place?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the excitement raised by this project. After all, it's the largest project in the history of Guyana. And it will be delivered to the people by the PPPC government. And instead of answering questions in a piecemeal manner, kindly await the report, which will be submitted in due course.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, the Honorable Prime Minister made mention that $400 million was transferred and paid to the Ministry of Public Works and for acquisition of lands for the pipeline. Can the Honorable Prime Minister update us how many, because 73 acres were supposed to, in total, were claimed by the government. How many of the landowners of these 73 acres, there's several of them, have accepted? And if so, what amount of actual out of this $4 million has been expended to date?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am aware there's no need to pull any gun. I don't raise anything but violence in this house. Please, please. I'm aware that all the landowners were involved in this process. And as I mentioned, kindly await the comprehensive report. All these questions will be in that report. We are committed to transparency. We are committed to transparency. And the report will be submitted in due course.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime
Final
Minister.
follow-up question, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson. I'm trying to hear the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, now I can hear.
Mr. Chair, all monies transferred to the Ministry of Public Infrastructure and all other government agencies, sir, has to be returned to the consolidated fund at the end of the 31st of December. That is why we're asking, sir, because obviously if we transferred the money last year, obviously there must have been an account. If they haven't spent it, they would have returned all $400 million, Ministry of Public Works. That's what he said. That is why I'm asking the question. So I don't know why the Prime Minister can't say we have to wait the report to get to find out if all the money was paid out and how much, if not, how much is returned.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Prime Minister, is the last time I'm going to put the repeated question to you.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think that question was necessary. I already said that the report will have all the information, including the money paid for the acquisition of the land, the names of the people, the date when they signed for the check. Everything will be in the report. So why are we belaboring this point? This is turning a circus led by the opposition, senior people in the opposition.
Honorable members, I think this has exhausted our questioning at this time. After we receive the report in due course, we could ask them. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for this line item in supplementary paper number 4 will stand part of our estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
No.
Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of our estimates. Honorable members, this completes our consideration of this financial paper. I now put the motion that the Committee of Supply approve of the proposal set out in financial paper number 4 of 2022, supplementary estimates, capital and current expenditure, and advances made from the contingency fund totaling 3,812,999,559 for the period November 30th, 2022 to December 31st, 2022. And those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the assembly resume. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Committee of Supply has approved of the proposals set out in financial paper number 4 of 2022, and I now move that the Assembly doth agree with the committee in the said resolution. Thank you very much, sir.
I put a question that the Assembly doth agree with the committee in its resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. This completes consideration of financial paper number 4 of 2022. Honorable members, we will now deal with the supplementary appropriation bill, bill number 3 of 2022. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hold on,
Speaker.
Prime Minister. Hold on, Prime Minister. We have to move first the suspension of the standing order 13N and 54. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I move that standing orders number 13N and 54 be suspended to enable the supplementary appropriation bill number 3 for 2022, bill 2023, bill number 1 of 2023 to be introduced at this stage.
Honorable members, I now put a question that standing orders number 13N and 54 be suspended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with paragraph 2 of Article 171 of the Constitution, I signify that Cabinet has recommended that supplementary appropriation number 3 for 2022, Bill 2023, Bill number 1 of 2023, for consideration by the National Assembly. And I now present the bill to the Assembly and move that it be read the first time. Thank you very much, sir.
Honorable members, the question is that the supplementary appropriation bill number 3 of 2022, Bill 2023, Bill number 1 of 2023 be read the first time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let the bill be read the first time.
Supplementary appropriation number 3 for 2022, Bill 2023, Bill number 1 of 2023.
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the supplementary appropriation number 3 for 2022, Bill 2023, Bill number 1 of 2023 be read a second time.
Honorable members, the question is that supplementary appropriation Bill number 3 of 2022, Bill number 1 of 2023 be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Motion is carried. Let the bill be read a second time.
Supplementary appropriation number 3 for 2022, Bill 2023, Bill number 1 of 2023.
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, sir. And I now rise to move that the supplementary appropriation number 3 for 2022, Bill 2023, Bill number 1 of 2023 be read the third time and be passed as printed. Thank you very much, sir.
Honorable members, the question is that the supplementary appropriation bill number 3 for 2022, Bill 2023, Bill number 1 of 2023 be read the third time and passed as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read a third time.
Supplementary appropriation number 3 for 2022, Bill 2023, Bill number 1 of 2023.
Honorable members, we now have to move the approval of the proposal set out. Just 1 second. We, honorable members, and especially for the honorable member, Mr. Duncan, remember we have become a very litigious society. So every slip of a word or a comma instead of full stop will envisage. Honorable members, actually, we are in committee, in assembly, and I call on the senior minister in the office of the president with responsibility for finance. Right.
Mr. Speaker, I presume, sir, that we are now at the point where we will be reporting the conclusion of the consideration of the estimates.
Your presumption is accurate.
Very good, sir. And so I'm delighted, sir, to report that the Committee of Supply has considered the estimates of expenditure for the year 2023. And the Committee of Supply, the said committee, having considered those estimates, that is to say, the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2023, it is now my honor, sir, to report the completion of consideration of the estimates of expenditure for the year 2023, and indeed to report, sir, that the committee has approved of the estimates as printed. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance. Honorable members, I will now put the motion, which is that this assembly approves the estimate of expenditure for financial year 2023 of a total sum of 721 billion 500 and there are some honorable members, there are some charges that are direct charge on the consolidated. So finance ministers in waiting, maybe we can listen. Honorable members, I repeat, I will now put a motion which is that the Assembly approves the estimate of expenditure for the financial year 2023 of a total sum of 721 billion 529 million and $734,000, excluding 60 billion 351 million $229,000, which is chargeable by law as detailed therein and summarized in Schedule 1. And agree that it is expedient to amend the law and to make further provision in respect of finance. The recommended lump sum subvention for each constitutional agency for the financial year 2023, as stated in Schedule 2, amounting to a total of $13,806,577,000, again, which is chargeable upon the consolidated fund by the Constitution for the sums voted for constitutional agencies to form part of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2023. The sum total of, and that's on the NRF, sum total of 208,944,156,000. Am I calling that by 942, sorry, thousand, equivalent to US 1 billion, 2,130,249,000 to be withdrawn from the Natural Resources Fund for the financial year 2023 in accordance with the Natural Resources Fund Act 2021. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. And now, honorable members, we will have to again Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with sorry, yes. Sorry, honorable members. We have to, Honorable Prime Minister, again suspend the standing orders, standing order number 13N and 54, so that we can take all three readings of the appropriation bill pertaining to budget 2023.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I move that standing orders numbers 13N and 54 be suspended to enable the appropriation bill 2023, bill number 2 of 2023, to be introduced at this stage.
Honorable members, the question is that standing orders number 13N and 54 be suspended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, sir. In accordance, Mr. Speaker, with Article 171(2) of the Constitution, I signify the Cabinet has recommended the Appropriation Bill 2023, Bill number 2 of 2023, for consideration by the National Assembly. And I now present the bill to the Assembly, and I move that it be read the first time.
Honorable members, the question is that Appropriation Bill 2023, Bill number 2 of 2023, be read the first time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read the first time.
Appropriation Bill 2023, Bill number 2 of 2023.
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Appropriation Bill 2023, Bill number 2 of 2023, be read a second time.
Honorable members, the question is that the Appropriation Bill 2023, Bill number 2 of 2023, be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let the bill be read a second time.
Appropriation Bill 2023, Bill number 2 of 2023.
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Appropriation Bill 2023, Bill number 2 of 2023, be read the third time and be passed as printed. Thank you very much, sir.
Honorable members, the question is that the Appropriation Bill 2023, Bill number 2 of 2023, be read the third time and passed as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read a third time.
Appropriation Bill 2023, Bill number 2 of 2023.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We now have a budget 2023 approved by the National Assembly. Honorable members, we have the second reading of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023, Bill number 3 of 2023, first published on the 24th of January 2023. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's not my intention to speak at length on this bill. The purpose, sir, it would be recalled, sir, that in the budget speech, I announced the intention to increase the income tax threshold from $75,000 monthly to $85,000 monthly with effect from year of income 2023. And I indicated further that as a result of this adjustment, over 12,000 persons will be removed from paying income taxes and that every single taxpayer will benefit. I indicated also, sir, that this will result in a $3.3 billion increase in disposable incomes in the hands of those paying income taxes. And I offered an illustrative example, sir, of a hypothetical individual taxpayer who currently earns approximately $100,000 a month and who, as a result of this measure, would have additional disposable income of $33,600 annually. That, sir, was amply elaborated in the budget speech and ventilated and debated during the course of the debate on the budget. And I now, this bill having previously been presented, sir, I now move that it be read a second time. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the motion is that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023 be read a second time. Honorable members, I now put a motion that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023, Bill number 3 of 2023, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read a second time.
Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023, Bill number 3 of 2023.
We have to go into committee. We now are in Committee of Supply to examine the clauses of the bill. Honorable members, the bill has 5 clauses. Honorable members, I propose that 6 clauses, 1 to 6 of the bill stand part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put a question that clauses 1 to 6 of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023, Bill number 3 of 2023, stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The clauses now form part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put a question that the bill be reported to the Assembly. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let the Assembly resume. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, sir. I now rise to report that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023, Bill number 3 of 2023, was considered in committee clause by clause and was passed without amendment. And I therefore now move, sir, that this bill be read the third time and be passed as printed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023, Bill number 3 of 2023, be read a third time and pass as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read a third time.
Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023, Bill number 3 of 2023.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we will now move to the confirmation of the Customs Amendment Bill, confirmation of the Customs Amendment of the First Schedule Order 2023, number 9 of 2023. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, sir. Here again, sir, it is not my intention to be expansive on this matter. In the budget speech for 2023, a number of measures were announced, including measures in relation to the taxation of vehicles, including all electric vehicles. Mr. Speaker, this Customs Amendment of First Schedule Order 2023, Order number 9 of 2023, is now submitted, was published in the Official Gazette on the 24th of January 2023, sir. Was made under Section 8 of the Customs Act, and its purpose, sir, is to give legal effect to some of the measures that were announced in the budget speech, and which, like I said, would have been subject to ample elaboration and debate during the course of the budget, consideration of the budget, which I don't wish to repeat at this point in time. And so, sir, it is now my honor, on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government, to move that this National Assembly, in accordance with Section 8 of the Customs Act, Chapter 8201, confirms the Customs Amendment of First Schedule Order 2023, Order number 9 of 2023, which was made on the 16th day of January 2023, under Section 8 of the Customs Act, Chapter 8201, and which, like I just said, sir, was published in the Official Gazette on the 24th of January 2023. I now move, sir, that the Assembly confirms the said order. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the motion is proposed. Honorable members, I will now put the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance and Chairperson of the Committee on Appointment, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased and thank both sides of the House for having concluded our budget 2023, I think, in a constructive and productive manner, which bodes well for the future. But Mr. Speaker, I would hope Mr. Sherwood couldn't have his last lick, but as usual he must have. Mr. Speaker, the sixth report, the motion on page 10 of the order paper came out of the Committee of Appointment in regards to the list of entities to be consulted for the Rights of the Child Commission. This was tabled in the House on August 8, 2022. This is to allow the committee to proceed with the consensual mechanism of finding nominees for the rights of the child. This motion requires a 2/3 majority. And regrettably, between August last year and up to now, we were unable to get it because at those times when it became on the agenda in November and December, there weren't enough persons here because 2/3, I don't know if we have to now get into debate about what 2/3 in Ghana means, but it's about 43 persons, and we didn't have those at that time in the House. So I'm seeking the support of the National Assembly for us to approve the list of entities which are attached in the motion that we went through as a committee. We have a good committee. The committee worked and unanimously approved the motion and approved the committee report, which was also circulated to members. And so I would ask that the committee, the House, supports this motion to allow the committee to start. And just to recap quickly, we had agreed that there would be 2 representatives from the service organizations, 3 from religious, that is 1 each from the 3 main religions of Guyana, Christianity, Hinduism, and Islam, 2 for youth, 2 for women, 2 for statutory bodies, 1 for professional bodies, 1 for the Ministry of Education, 1 for the Ministry of Health, and 1 for the Ministry of Human Services. So, Mr. Speaker, I have great pleasure in having reached this point, and I sincerely hope that the opposition will support it as the committee did, so that we can proceed in the consultation process on these list entities. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Any other contributor? Honorable Member, Mr. Ranjita.
I agree entirely with what was stated just now by Honorable Gail Teixeira, a member who worked very hard in relation to getting the names of the entities put together. And we would like to see the work of this committee proceed. And though there might have been some disagreements that we had that caused this delay, I do not want any further delay, and I've asked the opposition side to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I will now put a motion. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. I'm just checking with the clerk. Do we need to do a recording to ensure we have the 2/3? So the clerk will need to do a roll call to register the support. Honorable members, as we wait for as we give those persons who are not here an opportunity to get in place to register their vote, just want to announce that the clerk, as we are moving into high spirits, has provided for us also at the end of today's proceedings. Minister Prasad, you're okay with that? Honorable Mr. Clerk, you may proceed.
Mr. Schuman? Mr. Sears?
Yes.
Mr. Sinclair?
Yes.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Ms. Philadelphia?
Yes.
Mr. Jai Prashad?
Yes.
Mrs. Flubes?
Yes.
Mr. Raj Kumar? Mr. Raj Kumar? Mr. Mahipal?
Yes.
Mr. Figuera?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Patterson? Mr. Patterson?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Fernandes?
Yes.
Ms. Ferguson?
Yes.
Mr. Singh Lewis, sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Sarah Bohali?
Yes.
Dr. Cummins?
Yes.
Mr. Henry?
Yes.
Mr. Ram Sarup?
Yes.
Ms. MacDonald? Ms. MacDonald? I'm told Ms. MacDonald is online. Ms. MacDonald?
I'm told she's online. And Mrs. Sweet, I'm told Ms. McDaniel is online, but she's not answering. Let me just give us a few minutes. Let me just double check. Ms. McDonald is signed in, yes. So give her 2 more calls.
Ms. MacDonald?
Maybe she abstained.
time to vote. Mrs. Walton Desir,
Yes.
Mr. Jordan,
Yes.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones.
Next.
Mrs. Hastings Williams,
Yes.
Mrs. Lawrence,
Aye.
Mr. Duncan, Mrs. Chandon Edmond,
Yes.
Mrs. Hughes,
Yes.
Mr. Holder,
Yeah.
Mr. Ford, Mr. Ford,
Not, I don't see one.
Mr. Ramjitan, Mr. Norton,
Yes.
Miss Veersamy.
Before you
Yes.
could you try Miss McDonald one more time? Apparently she was answering, but her mic was on.
Miss McDonald,
Okay, proceed.
Miss Veersamy,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Dr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Jaffarali,
Yes.
Dr. Westford, Dr. Ramsaran, Mrs. Pearson Fredericks,
Yes.
Mr. Narayan,
Yes.
Mr. Datadin,
Yes.
Dr. Mahadio,
Yeah.
Mr. Charlie, Mr. Siraj, Mr. McCoy,
Yes.
Mr. Abe Rasad,
Yes.
Mr. Indar,
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Parag, Mr. Ramson,
Yes.
Dr. V. Prasad,
Yes.
Mr. Kroll,
Yes.
Mr. Dharamlal,
Yes.
Mr. Bharat,
Yes.
Mr. Hamilton,
Yes.
Mr. Sukai,
Yes.
Mr. Mustafa, Ms. Manik Chand,
Yes.
Dr. Anthony,
Yes.
Bishop Edgell,
Yes.
Mr. Todd,
Yes.
Mr. Shearer, Mr. Nandlal,
Yes.
Mr. Jagdeo, Mr. Phillips, 60 members voted for the motion. 3 absent, 2 abstained.
Honorable members, that record confirms that the support given by the Honorable Member Mr. Duncan to the Honorable Gale passes the motion by the necessary majority. Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance and Chairperson of the Standing Committee on the Committee of Appointments, we will now proceed with the other motion in your name.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wish that all our sittings would be like this. But I'm bringing before you the Ethnic Relations Commission. We have gone through all the stages in the Committee of Appointment, from the resolution of number 36 of 2022, where we got our 2/3 majority to consult the list of organizations that were approved by Parliament, and to go into the actual consultative phase, which went up to October. And so we're bringing today the actual nominees that came out from the process, and I hope that you will look at the report, which the actual report is short, but the appendices are many in relation to the biodata of the candidates, the reports of each cluster on the electoral process. And so you'll be able to see that we as a committee were satisfied that the process was transparent and accountable. And we bring to you today for your support the nominees for the Ethnic Relations Commission, numbering no more than 10, and that once the House approves these names, then the President will appoint them, and they will then internally meet and elect their chairperson and deputy chairperson. So let me just, for the record, the name that came out of the Christian bodies, Reverend Rodwell F. Alfonso Porter; the Hindu bodies, Pandit Krishna Deo Sharma; Islamic bodies, Mr. Moinul Haq; labor movement bodies, Mr. Norris Witter; private business sector bodies, Mr. Charles Ogle; youth bodies, Mr. Dwayne Adams; women bodies, Ms. Chandrauti Saran; cultural ethnic bodies, indigenous Amerindian bodies, Mr. Ashton Simon; Afro-Guyanese bodies, Mr. Dion Dick, aka Ras Kafra, and Indo-Guyanese bodies, Mr. Nihas Suban. So I put these names, and the motion has been circulated earlier last week for your consideration. I hope you will support this. This motion does not require 2/3, it requires a simple majority.
Honorable.
I should say again, in this case with the Committee of Appointment, again to thank the members and to say that this committee went through all of this and approved the process, and in some cases, members were part of the consensual consultations and also approved the report and the motion to come before this House. Thank you.
Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
And I must state that these names, as you'd appreciate, did give us some problems, but we had to, in the process of what you call committee, appreciating that we are never going to get the perfect 10 from one side or the perfect 10 from the other. And I support the fact that at least we, at the end of the process, realized that it is from these clusters that these names were selected. So that helped, at least me personally, in gaining support for this, and I will support it. And I'll ask my members to do that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan. Honorable members, I just want to be a bit consistent. The third name, instead of putting Mr., we consider him Sheikh Moin Al-Haq. Honorable members, I now put the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable members, I think this concludes our business for today. Honorable Minister, Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, am I accurate? Am I accurate there? This concludes our business for today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It
Thank you
does.
very much. Honorable members, we have had a very long, hardworking 2 weeks with the support of a lot of staff, police, caterers, and on behalf of the staff at Parliament, the clerk, I want to express my appreciation to everyone and to all of you for taking us through this process. I have a list of order. I have the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, President. I'll have the Deputy Speaker. I'll have someone from the opposition and close with the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've already at various points during the course of this debate thanked my colleagues on this side of the House and indeed my colleagues on that side of the House for their various contributions during the course of the consideration of the budget. And in particular, of course, the many public servants who would have contributed to the process to get us here. I would like, of course, to reiterate all of those sentiments that I have expressed and that others have expressed around on both sides of the House in relation to those various invaluable contributions. But might I, sir, also extend thanks to you and to the Clerk of the National Assembly and to his staff for their remarkable effort in supporting us through this process and for ensuring that everything went so impeccably, smoothly, and efficiently. Long after we would have left, they would still have been working to ensure that the next day's sitting was being prepared. Long before we arrived, they would have already have been here, hard at work to ensure that the imminent sitting be prepared for. So I want to thank you, sir, and in particular the clerk and his very hard-working team. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To all my colleagues in the House, I stand to simply say thank you for an opportunity to serve beside you. Though we may not have seen eye to eye on many things, I would like to think that my presence here may have brought some sense of sobriety to my colleagues on this side. It has been an honor and a privilege to have met some fine staff from Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want to also thank you and thank all of those who would have voted and supported all of the work that all of us in this House have come here to do. I look forward to once again challenging my colleagues to be better representatives of the people, and that we can one day see eye to eye on many of the issues in service to the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy, Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for indulging us at this stage for thank you comments. I want to say, first of all, that in a democracy, opposition politics means necessarily getting a little belligerent with the government. You do not do that, it might not be a good attribute to have in a parliament. And to that extent, then, all that you might have seen from our side is but a necessary, normal course routine. We have no hatreds for those members of the government, and we will never have. And the peace that I think my good friend, Mr. Ben, indicated will be supported by every member of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, we know that indeed this was the largest budget. I don't like to repeat that term, but it is indeed all the more why scrutiny should be there because it is the largest budget. And I am extremely honored to be amongst friends here in the opposition who utilized the learning that has happened over the past two budgets to make sure that they showed the country, and especially the members here, a capacity to get beyond the figures. It means that we are learning and that those young ones that we have are learning. And indeed, notwithstanding now and again the disruptions or whatever the disagreements, as I said, it is going to be part and parcel of it. We just have to look at other parliaments where they take out their shoes and start pelting and coughing up each other and so on. We would not go there. The trouble is that whatever we are doing here sets a standard indeed that is very normal, and to the extent then that we are moving forward in that regard, we should all be congratulated, both government and the opposition. And so in the best, thank you for camaraderie and solidarity as representatives of this honorable National Assembly. I want to thank everyone for doing a wonderful job this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member Mr. Ramjadan. It's been a pleasure to work with the Chief Whips this year, like forever. Would you like to say a few words, Chris?
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. I would like to echo the sentiments by the Honorable Member Kemraj Ramjatan. And indeed, we found that this is the fourth budget of the government. And indeed, in terms of its interrogation by the members of the opposition, we've seen improvement. And of course, particularly our young members who would have been somewhat last out of the gate, this year they performed exceptionally well. I would want to single out Mr. Richard Sinclair, for example.
You're never too old to learn.
I know as well, sir, in terms of us continue to work together in the interests of the nation that we serve, we still have somewhat of a long way to go. But I recognize that the efforts are there, but I think all of us collectively have to put that effort in front.
Honorable Gill? Honorable.
I wasn't sure where I was going to speak. I think that to echo all the sentiments of all the speakers before me, the Deputy Speaker, my colleague Minister of Finance, Mr. Jones, I think we have to learn to work together, and Mr. Ramjatan, of course, that we have to learn to work together and to agree to disagree. And how do we do that? So we cannot expect you as opposition to be sycophants of the government, and you cannot expect us to follow you. You know, that we have our mandate and responsibilities, and it's this understanding of where we go and how we work together. And there will be sharp differences, and there will be times when we can work on what are national issues in the best interest of our people. And I hope that this experience in the budget, despite sometimes they were quite heated, quite loud, that in a sense this has been one of the better experiences of a budget debate in the National Assembly. And I want to thank everyone for that, and I believe that we have an opportunity in 2023 to really do a variety of things across the board, across the opposition and government, to move different processes forward and to ensure that we're able to move rapidly forward in the development of our country and the transformation of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, permit me to take this opportunity to thank all members of Parliament on both sides of the House for this budgetary process and the scrutiny that you brought to bear on us, the government side. I endorse the sentiments expressed by all before me, but I also wish to thank the public servants, not only in the Ministry of Finance, but throughout the public service of Guyana. And of course, I wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker, our Deputy Speaker, Mr. Clerk,
Assistant Deputy Speaker.
and all the staff of the House of Assembly, the staff of the Archon Conference Center, the caterers, the police, and I ask that we adjourn the sitting of this House to a date to be fixed in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Prime Minister. And as we're on this very conciliatory note too, let us just acknowledge the maiden test century of Matthew Nandu, the first class match for Guyana. Honorable members, the House now stands adjourned to a date to be